Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now in session for this regular meeting Wednesday, October 1st. It's good to see everyone this morning. We're going to go ahead and get started. Miss Commissioner Ward, could you lead us in prayer and pledge?
Yes. Lord, we come to you today as we conduct our county business. We pray for our community, Lord, anyone in the community that needs your touch and healing. We pray that you help them, Lord. We pray for everyone in the room. We pray for our family members that need your touch also, Lord. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. So we do have an amendment to the agenda. Turner Schuler, you turned in something about the MSBU Fire and Rescue Rate Study recommendation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Roan, is there anything else to be amended to this agenda before we approve it?
Not that I am aware of. I will let you know, just because I'm scheduling yesterday, I was unable to get the Williams communication. You have that in front of you. That's their proposal. That's not on their item is on the agenda. That actual attachment isn't. Okay. I'll upload it afterwards. You have two separate bill lists to approve. One is for the end of the fiscal year, which was yesterday, and then the other is for the first of the new fiscal year, which is this morning. So we'll need two separate motions for that, one for 9:30 and one for 10:01.
Okay.
Hopefully I'm not missing anything else, or hopefully we can figure it out as we move along here this morning.
Okay. All right, so we do have that amendment to the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as it's been amended?
So moved.
We have a motion by Commissioner Amison.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Since we have to do two separate motions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the final budget hearing and the regular meeting on 9/16 and the current bill list. All right, so we have a motion by Commissioner Kroon.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. And I'd also like to have a motion to pay the bills from last year, the end of the year bills.
So move.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion, Commissioners? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. All right, we're up to public comments. Mr. Bean, are you wanting to speak during public comments? You just wrote down town hall. That was last.
Well, thank you. Good morning. I just want to report on the town hall. Thank you for your time,
Yep.
and you did a great job. We had probably 110 in the room and 40 on Zoom, right, Michael? Michael did a great job. Bree Robinson, great to meet her. I just think we left not really getting consensus of the room. I think the consensus was that we don't need a special district. We just need to enforce what we already have on the books, and maybe with the code enforcement, maybe that can happen. Or maybe we don't need more meetings, but maybe we do. But anyway, thank you for your time and support on that.
Thank you. Ms. Barber?
I echo what Bean said, but that's not why I'm rising. What we learned last night was that there's no real procedure for this board to bring back up table items. Since you don't have Robert's Rules of Order as your parliamentary rule, it is up to one of you to tell the board or to tell your staff to put it on the agenda. There are three items that have been laid on the table that relate to what the town hall is about. One was the rehearing of the PUD that you reluctantly agreed to a few meetings ago. It got laid on the table because of this town hall meeting. I ask that you, perhaps in your commissioner's comments today, bring that off the table so we can go ahead and have that hearing and you make your decision. The other was the fill ordinance, got laid on the table and hasn't been brought up. And the other one is the camping ordinance. Now, there may be others, but these are the ones that you spent a lot of time. Public hearings, your P&Z looked at things, you put notices in the newspaper, which means you expended tax dollars, and it's now in the land of the misbegotten ordinances. I mean, we need to bring them back up. You need to vote them up or down. It really doesn't matter, but if you don't put them back on the table, your table becomes the equivalent of a vote it down vote. So I ask you, instruct your staff to bring those back. I do know from the meeting last night, there are several things about the fill ordinance that you do want to bring in your Mr. Neighbors to talk about how that ordinance needs to work with your roads. Someone brought up how roads will just sheet the water into your property if we don't have ditches and swales. You know, on the island, you're going to come off the beach and go downhill to the bay. So you want to keep your water quality good going into the bay. You don't want to dump a bunch of asphalt and bad dirt into your bay. So I'm not saying that they're ready to go. You now have your professional planner. The lady's got 2 master's degrees plus experience. Tell her, go fix these ambiguities in our code. Go fix these problems. Make these things easy to be applied by our staff so nobody's trying to figure out, oh, what does it really mean? Come back to us, and we as the county commissioners will make a final decision. So I'm asking y'all to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barber.
Mr. Chairman, can I comment on that?
Yeah,
So I'm the commissioner that tabled the PUD hearing and having a retry. The reason why I did so is because of all the outcry from the public that we received. Second reason is because I know that Commissioner Jones, Chairman Jones, was going to have the town hall meeting in St. George Island. Because since I've been on this board, since 2020, all we've heard is that St. George Island, the citizens wanted it to be a special district. That's all I've heard. And then we hear that they don't. So we're trying to, as a board, do what's right for the citizens and listen to their concerns. We tabled it because we decided to do the town hall to get input. The RV ordinance, I believe that's what you're referring to, is the RV ordinance. We put that off because we don't want to make our citizens homeless. So we're trying to do that in a way, and Mr. Mark Currington left, so that kind of puts a kink in the chain, if you will. As with our field ordinance, because our county is unique, and we were trying to do research, network, reach out to people to kind of see how other counties that are like us are doing things like this. So I do agree we do need to stop kicking cans down the road, but we have done these things for reasons that some people may not be aware of, and we're just going to try to, I do agree we need to get them back on the table, but we're trying to do it in a way where it's not going to affect people to a certain extent that's going to harm, make them homeless, or, we're trying to listen to the public saying that they do, and now that they said they don't want a special district. So, it's kind of like we're trying to do what we think is right and listen to the public, but then we have to backtrack a little bit to try to say, okay, well, what do people want now? So I do agree with that. We do need to get it back on the table. So I don't know what we need to do to get that done, but I know that Commissioner Sanders was also wanting to have a town hall, so I don't know if that's going to be something that she wants to hold off on as well.
No.
Okay. So anyway,
No.
we'll work on that. We'll work on that. That's fine. I'm still a Barnes. That's okay. Thanks, Chairman.
Ms. Gale? Okay, so I have 2 of them here that are filled out for any and every item on the agenda. Ms. Sanders and Ms. Rigglemeyer, as we get to an item, please let me know so I can have you address the board before we start having discussions. All right, that does it for public comments. Mr. Howard, Neighbors? Thought I saw him walk in. No? Okay, maybe I was imagining things. Deja vu, it ain't like I hadn't watched Howard walk down the aisle before. So there was only informational items on Mr. Neighbors' agenda packet, the thing you turned in. So Commissioners, if you have any issues that you would like to raise with him, you can do that independently. Same thing with Mr. Fonda Davis, but Ms. Daniels is here. Ms. Daniels, you're up.
I'm having trouble signing into this stuff again, Michael. Let's see.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Jennifer.
I only have one action item. What we would like to do is During Hurricane Michael, we had communications we lost throughout the whole county. One of the ways I'd like to improve on this is I would like to try and put a Starlink unit, internet access at all of our volunteer fire departments throughout the county. This way, if we're sending out messages, the public can even go to these fire departments and their phones load the messages that we're sending out. Also, it will allow a chance for the public to go to these fire departments and make a phone call to loved ones or a text message, let people know they're okay. And it also ensures that our volunteer fire departments have internet access at all times after, when we lose comms after a storm. My intent, I'm asking, can the board pay for this? It'll be $16,000 to buy the equipment and to cover the monthly fee for the Starlink units for the first year, and then I will ask for it in my budget from after this.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I spoke with you yesterday, Ms. Daniels. Aaron, I did not speak with you. Do we have the funds to cover this, and what account would it come out of?
Yes, as we're actually, today is the first year of the new fiscal year. Yes, we do have funds available on the board side to cover the expense.
Administrative funds?
It will likely come from probably our professional services budget.
And Ms. Daniels, on this, I know the cost is $16,000, but thereafter, like next year, would not be that, correct?
No, sir. This is going to pay for the original, the Starlink units. So each one will cost, I think they're about $300 a piece right now. And then it's around $120 per unit per month to cover the internet service.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Pleasure of the board.
So moved.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Croom, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
And the last part is I talked to Michael Marone yesterday, and he asked me to add in there that they would like to get a Starlink unit for the East Point admin office also.
All right. Is that something we're ready to vote on then?
Yes.
Okay. It needs to be voted on separately is what you're saying.
It didn't have to, but I mean, that's fine.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Anything else, Ms. Jenny?
The only thing we have left is, and this is not an action item, is I just want to remind everybody we've been extremely lucky so far. But hurricane season is not over yet. Please continue to pray and keep an eye on things because, again, the worst storms usually come at the end of the season. So just everyone stay prepared.
So before you leave,
Yes, sir.
Ms. Aaron, have we had any interaction or response back from the federal government about the EOC property?
The EOC property, we just received the updated plan set from Dewberry because they had to obtain approval from FDOT for the driveway placement.
Right.
And I sent that site layout to Jenny. Jenny did confirm, so it's back on track now. We're just moving forward. Once we get the finalized 100% plan set, they will not actually do their review until they have the 100% plan set. So we're getting close.
Okay. So I got a question, and I've asked Ms. Daniels about this the other day. When I looked at that final plan that included the new driveway and all, will we have any flexibility to modify anything on it? And here's the reason why I'm asking. After we get approval and before we start building, if there's any way we can make space for there to be a EMS station there on that property, even if it's inside that horseshoe drive, maybe on a corner, I wanted to entertain that.
Okay.
I know it's not coming from those funds, but I think with 3 acres, we can give the space, and quite honestly, we can have it be a county building that the EMS is in, since it's gonna be a county department. And, we won't be paying, rent to someone else. It's good to support the community, but if we can take care of it and have on the government side, I think it's the best thing going forward.
I agree with you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
obviously I can't have this conversation with you, but here.
Yeah.
I've been spending my evenings at the East Point Fire Station here lately.
Yeah.
But discussion was brought up about potentially, there may be a site as well, an option. I don't know
It could
who
be.
district that is,
Could be.
but,
It's Commissioner Ward,
Okay,
but it's
Commissioner
East Point.
But,
It's the same area.
so that may be a
Yeah.
discussion they can have with their board.
Yeah.
I know one person that's on board,
Yeah.
but,
Yeah.
just FYI.
Yeah. Well, Highway
Because I
65
thought the
also.
same way, like we're paying all this money for,
Yeah,
rent,
yeah.
so.
Yeah, well, the Highway 65 is also in her district, but it's still considered East Point by those that live there.
All right.
Yeah. But anyway, I just wanted to have that public discussion. That's the only reason I brought it up.
Yes,
Anything
sir.
else, Ms. Daniels?
No, sir, I think that's it.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
All right, Mr. Polis had no action items. Mr. Morone, is Mr. Levestrand in attendance this morning? He did not have any action items, but,
No, he's not, sir.
okay. So Commissioners, if y'all have anything for Mr. Polis or Mr. Levestrand, feel free to reach out to them independently. Ms. Roundtree doesn't have an item, but is she online? Or she doesn't have any action items?
No, sir.
All right, the same with our library director, Ms. Roundtree. Please feel free to reach out to her if you have any questions or concerns. Mr. Osteen, James Osteen, EMS Director.
Good morning, Commissioners. I don't have any action items. I just wanted to bring up a couple things. On the, we were inspected by the state of Florida back on the 15th, and they found just one minor discrepancy, which was corrected within minutes, which happened to be an expired fire extinguisher of all things. Other than that, there was no discrepancies. We passed with flying colors. All of our records were good. All of the trucks were in top shape. I do want to thank everybody involved in keeping all of our trucks up to par, all of our crew members, our board members, and for allowing us to get trucks and keep nice trucks on the roads and equipment. Other than that, I did send a purchase order in to purchase the new ambulance. Miss Aaron, I hope I didn't overstep on that. I apologize if I did.
That's okay, we'll just transfer it over. Yeah, that's good.
And other than that, just little what's on the agenda. Just a couple football games, standbys. Nothing else really on that. As far as retention, as far as our staffing goes, we've still got 18 as of right now. As of the 6th, I'll have 19 full time. Gulf Coast State College did reach out to me, however, and they want to renew their expired MOU with us for their students to come and ride through clinical hours with us.
Yes.
I think that'll be a great thing. Once I find out more on that, I'll let you all know, and we can
Okay.
go from there.
Okay, sounds good. Anyone have any questions for Mr. Osteen?
Just one, Mr. Chair. So
Yes.
you have 18 currently, how many positions open total?
Right now, I have 3 open.
3.
As of Monday, this coming Monday, I'm covering one of my full-time EMT spots that recently came open. I'm pulling one of my promoting one of my part-time EMTs to that position.
Okay.
So I'll have 19, and I'll need 2 paramedics.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions? Mr. James, thank you for your time.
Thank
Mr. Kirstenbaum, is he in here? He didn't have any action items, so.
He's online.
Oh, okay.
But he said he would probably, his comments, probably he just texted me, he'll be at the drone presentation, that's when
Okay.
he'll address the board.
Yeah, so he didn't have any action items, so Commissioners, if you have anything to reach out to him about, feel free to do that independently. Ms. Renee Brandon?
Mr.
Or
Chairman,
to-
if
yes.
you don't mind, while we're on the airport,
Yes,
this morning, and Mr. Morone it got shared in a group, but we did make, there was a good news write-up about the Tango Flight Program,
Yes.
the Haney Franklin partnership. And if Mr. Morone would, I would like for him to share that with the other commissioners.
Okay.
That way you guys can put that on your socials and stuff like that, because it is good press for the county, and it's a great little media spin for us, so.
yeah, we're good. Ms. Brandon, go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm here with Williams Communication for the update, and you have a quote for that item to move forward in fixing the fire department radios.
Okay. I just have one question. On these coverage maps, What's different on each map?
The two coverage maps, one was talked into the system from a radio to the system, and the other one was from the system outbound.
Okay.
That was on the VHF, doing the two-site VHF system.
Okay, so are these two maps just showing that what your proposal will actually work? I mean,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to know what we were looking at. You can, just wanted to make sure. Yeah, Commissioners, do y'all have any questions about the proposals or want to discuss them?
Mr. Chairman, obviously there's a stark difference between the two amounts. I know we have Triumph money, so obviously I'm gonna go for the option 2 because we need that. I think spending $185,000 is just a waste of time and a waste of money because it's not gonna be able to be used for when we change over to the new P25 700 800 system. So I mean,
Well, my only
I'm
issue is
gonna look at
I don't think the Triumph money that we have now will cover this.
no,
That's
'cause-
That would
correct.
be a separate request.
Yeah, because they're basically going to be doing the same thing where they're going to be providing the radios for the first responders, and they're also going to be constructing radio towers. That's going to be part of the construction process, so that will be fully grant funded in the future. However, that is going to take time to actually get to that point. So really, the 185,000 would be the stopgap. So the way to look at it would be either you do the 185,000, it's a stopgap to get you there within 2 years essentially, or you have to pay this 1.665 and it's not going to be reimbursable by Triumph. So that's just kind of the cost concept. And we do also have Omnicom here with us as well. So we'll as part of my report, we'll actually be going through awarding them the design contract for that. So the system is coming along, and then also we did talk to Omnicom about possibly moving forward with doing one tower kind of early onset. So just to kind of let everybody know where we are on that project.
If I may, we discussed, last meeting, we discussed that the 185 would be a fix for now, that if you can do the other one, but you guys had, you wanted both of the quotes from Williams. But we had already discussed that fixing that, and he gave us the site coverages. So we would have coverage available. I mean, right now, we don't have any communications. We have to move forward one way or the other.
Well, I'm definitely good with the 185. I think we need to fix it as fast as we can and as good as we can, knowing that what we do have on the horizon. I do think we would have a very difficult time trying to convince Triumph that we're going to divert the money they said they're giving to us to do something different than what we asked for. I just think that would be an issue. And going back to Triumph does not produce money quickly, so. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Renee, or I'll ask Kim, how long do you think these will last on that option number 1? Is it gonna last for the 2-year period of time until we get
Yes, ma'am.
processed into the other?
Yes, ma'am. And
Is it gonna be on the radio?
That's a very good description, and no, it's not going to do that.
It sounds, you can tell I've heard that before, right?
Yeah.
But I was just wondering, I'm for anything that gets us better than what we've got.
Yes.
And that's the way it is. And I'm like Commissioner Ward, I'd want to give them 3 or 4 million if we could. But realistically, we can't do it. And I thank y'all so much for doing everything that you're doing, because I think this will help the fire departments in the long run. Not only the fire departments, but everybody.
Yeah.
And I'm with whatever the pleasure of the board is, as long as it's better than what we've got. Now, on the antennas, are you putting up a new antenna? I'm just asking this question because the public don't know. Are you going to put up a new antenna?
So what we're going to do is we're going to utilize the existing lease that you have at the Oyster Radio site that was through St. George Island, and then also the new lease that's been signed for Alligator Point, and reutilize the antennas that are on those sites. We are going to add additional antennas to connect the sites together so that they can talk together, and we're going to make a seamless user experience so all departments will have one channel that they can communicate on across the county. So from dispatch, it'll be one process. They'll page out the different tones of the different agencies, and everyone can respond and hear each department's activities. So it'll simplify the whole process.
Are you gonna continue with the pagers that the fire departments have? You're gonna continue?
Yes, ma'am, they'll continue using the same pagers they have today. They will have to be
Okay.
reprogrammed to the new frequencies, but that's all that'll have to be done with them.
Are you satisfied with this, Renee?
Yes, ma'am, because right now we have no communication. I mean, there's no other option.
Mr. Chairman, it says that limited coverage area with no direct interrupt with EMS and Sheriff's Office. What exactly does that mean for this 185?
So,
Option.
if we went with the state radio network, they're going to have a wider footprint of coverage, and they would be on the same radio technology as the sheriff's office and EMS is today. So the interoperability would have to come through dispatch instead of them being able to talk directly to the other users. That's the difference, because one would be on VHF and the other would be on the state network. That's the 700, 800 network. So it's two different radio networks.
So essentially, Mr. Chairman, we kind of have to do the 185, even though what I said, but to get it now, because we got to have something now.
Yes.
And because we don't have the 1.665 million now. So, I mean, it's kind of like a rock in a hard place. So, I mean, it's a no-brainer in that aspect, in my opinion.
Mr. Chairman, how soon can we have this up and running?
It's going to take a few months to get equipment in, but we're going to accelerate it as quick as we can. Yeah, so it's at least 2 months just on equipment delivery.
So what can we do in the interim to progress that progress on down the road?
Is there anything we can do, I guess is what she's asking.
Yeah, so, potential short-term, taking the assets that St. George has in place and getting that connectivity to dispatch and see if we can get that moving a little quicker on that side. But, it's really going to be dependent on how quickly they can get the new repeaters in.
Well, we don't want to sit on our thumbs.
No,
We
ma'am.
want it to move on down the line, and we'll check in with y'all through Renee. And because I know, I've seen, and whatever else you want to say, how bad the reception is on Alligator Point and Ball Point and Eastwood. And it's for everybody in the county. It's just not that area. It's just like we said, everybody is having a problem.
I have one more question. So you mentioned that, say, I think East Point still uses pagers, that they would have to be reprogrammed. Anything and everything you need to do, is it included in this quote?
For the most that we can, I do need an inventory of
Okay.
each department to make sure we have everything that it would take to cover programming of those units. There might be a couple outliers out there, but I
Okay.
believe we got everything covered for you.
Okay, well, just,
So, and just to be aware, we did go get tower lease information. So St. George Island, it looks like they have a lease. Worcester Radio, I think it was like $3,000 a year.
yes.
And they would like to transfer that over to the county budget. And then the new lease for Alligator Point, I think it started at like $2,700 a month, but it appears that the board has already signed that lease agreement, so I'm not sure if that's
Yeah.
already being covered by the board or not, but those are additional expenses that are out there.
I think it's actually being covered by the MSBU. I think there's been a request for the board to cover it, but it's very interesting. So in talking with the chief from St. George Island, I had found out last week and hadn't had a chance to be in this setting with my fellow commissioners that the amount that they're paying for their lease and the amount that Alligator Point's paying for its lease is very desperate.
Yes, that's a big
Disparate, or
difference.
whatever you want to say. It's not even close to being the same. One's $3,000 a year, the other one's almost $3,000 a month. So, yeah, there's gonna need to be some discussion.
We need to check that out.
Yes. Attorney Schuler, you had your hand raised?
Yes, sir. If the board is going to move forward with this $185,000 estimate or quote that you've received, the board would have to declare an emergency to be in compliance with your bid policy because the $185,000 exceeds the bid threshold or the threshold that requires bidding. And an exception to the bid requirement does not exist other than the declaration of an emergency. So that would need to be part of whatever motion the board is going to entertain if it is to approve this $185,000 expense.
Well, according to the fire chief that covers where my house is at, it's been an emergency for a while.
There's been a sufficient factual basis on the record. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, just
Yes.
one thing. Appalachia also use pagers, and I think Carabel maybe too. But that was my questions about pagers. Do that be reprogrammed? You already answered that. I guess we do need to get inventory of all departments that utilizes. I think option one is probably going to be the better and the most affordable for us. But even on option two, we wouldn't have had the capability to use the pagers on option two, correct?
That is correct. The current VHF pagers would still need to be addressed. With going to 700, 800, there are options on that network to do notifications. So it would be a balance of if they were carrying radios, we could still do notifications if they kept radios on, but it does change the way they would be notified via pager.
Yeah.
Let me just say this. When you have your the pager that your fire departments carry, it's the smaller pager that fits on the side. There's a tone, and then the voice comes across. If we went to, or when we go to the 700, 800 system and move forward, they will tote a radio. That radio should be the same thing that when we upgraded Weems, the ambulance service, they tote a radio, and it also gives a tone and page as well. That they will just be changing equipment. It's going to be the same concept, just different system, different equipment.
Yeah. So, like, when we approve, or Omnicom will be coming up soon, is that the radio you're talking about?
Yes.
Same?
When we go to the different network, am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
Network, because right now we're UHF, VHF with the fire departments. They're the only ones that are on that system. The sheriff's office, your APD units, Carabel PD, and your ambulances are on the state system, the 800 megahertz radios. They still, when I page Weems for the ambulance, for an ambulance to go to an address, they get a tone and a page, and then they get the voice of where the call is at, and that would be the same concept that the fire departments would go to.
Gotcha. So, I understand that. So with the new system, because I know we're going to hear this, can the pagers be added? Is there a new batch of pagers that we can?
Mr. Chairman,
Maybe.
Commissioners, I was following you, Commissioner Kuma. I asked Aaron if they're here.
Yeah.
Why don't we just let's have a group discussion, because I don't want to have a fragmented discussion where we hear about Williams and then later on in the meeting we hear from Omnicom. Can we just bring everybody up front, and because you're talking about current,
Right,
patch, and then future. So
Yeah.
can we just have a discussion? They're prepared to, I'm not trying to make it more confusing, but I am trying to, and if you guys need an extra mic, I'll just confiscate yours here for a second if anybody needs a cord to help with the discussion. Either which way. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Tim Barrentine. I'm with Omnicom. Chris Monzigo as well. Aaron, did you want to do your?
I just took your mic.
You want me to go ahead and do the action item?
Sure, why not? I'll let you steal my mic. Hold on one second. Oh, there.
We'll pass it back.
Merry-go-round.
Okay. Well, if the chairman's okay with that, I'll proceed with action item number one.
Well, the reason I am okay with it is because I see what we're trying to do.
Okay.
We actually haven't approved their contract yet.
Correct.
So they really don't need to be answering any questions. So go ahead, Ms. Aaron.
Okay. Okay. Action item number one on my report. At the last meeting, the board voted to accept the rankings of the review committee and issue a notice of intent to award and authorize staff to begin contract negotiations with respondent firm Omnicom Consulting Engineers. The procurement documentation, consultants RFQ response, their $172,581.80 fee proposal, and contract has been reviewed and approved by Triumph. Omnicom will advertise the county Omnicom will advise the county on the development and implementation of a new countywide first responder communication system used by Franklin County EMS and volunteer fire departments, Franklin County Sheriff's Office, Franklin County Road Department, Franklin County School Board, Weems Memorial Hospital, the Carabel Police Department, the City of Apalachicola Police Department, and all is further described in the county's application for funds and grant award agreement with Triumph Gulf Coast. which was project number 333 on Triumph Gulf Coast website. Once the contract is approved and a notice to proceed is issued, county staff will assist Omnicom in setting up the kickoff meetings with the user groups for the design of the new system. Board action to approve and authorize the chairman to sign the attached contract with Omnicom Consulting Engineers for the design of the Triumph First Responder Communication System upgrade.
Any questions, commissioners? If not, I would entertain a motion.
So move.
Okay, is there a
I do
motion
have
to
a question,
approve?
but I'll wait till we vote.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Commissioner Ward, go ahead with your question.
So, obviously, timeline. Can you provide a timeline, Mr. Barentine, about?
Absolutely.
Playing a musical
I don't know if I
microphone
needed
here.
it, but, yeah, good morning. Our timeline for the first phase of this, which we call a needs analysis, figuring out what you need and getting ready for a procurement document. So that should take us through the end of this year, maybe into early January when that's finalized. And then hopefully all goes well with the procurement. We can get you into contract by midsummer, say July, with a radio vendor from a competitive procurement. So that would be the timeline. And then once you're under contract with a vendor, approximately, depending on how many sites we have to build, tower sites I'm talking about, 18 months to 2 years is optimal to build a new system.
Thank you.
Is that comparable to about, it took about that long in Wakulla, correct?
Yes, it did. I mean, we're not the consultants in
Right.
Wakulla, but virtually all of these systems take 2 to 3 years more or more. Depends on how hard it is to build sites. Tower sites are, you have, federal permitting and local permitting, so you got to get past, you got to get where you can break ground, and that's the hard part, getting there.
Yes, sir. All right.
Mr. Chair, I got one question. Let's talk about towers. Are you using our existing towers, or we're putting up a new tower, or how would that work?
Commissioner, I'm not sure what, first thing we have to do is a needs analysis.
Okay.
And so if you have a usable tower in a place where we need it and can use it, and I say usable, meaning it would stand up to the next hurricane that blows through here, and it's in good condition, absolutely, we could use it. We'd rather use what's there than have to build new. But if there's no tower where we need them, you got to have a certain amount of tower sites to give you the coverage that you're going to want, that's going to meet public safety needs here. And you're kind of unique, you're kind of given your, I guess, the state wildlife areas, and then most of your development is along the coast and then out on the islands, and so we got to see if there's tower sites where we need them.
Okay.
But yes, we'll use them if they're there where we need them.
So as far as the towers and the radio piece, are we planning to do all that at the same time, the same project, not pieces, not one piece and two piece? Not like Walton County, what you're doing with Walton County?
Okay,
Yeah.
so in Walton County, we did it two-piece because that's the way they wanted to do it.
Okay.
Okay, but no, we don't have to do it that way. We're gonna do it the way you wanna do it. In fact, and if the sheriff over there decided they wanted to bid out the towers and sites separately, and it's notoriously difficult to build sites in a lot of these places. Everybody wants a tower, but not next to that,
They were building a lot, 14 of them.
We're building 14 new sites over there, so total of 23 sites in the system, so it's a lot of sites. But we're using a lot of lease sites in that case, American Tower, and you have to balance that. If the lease site, if it costs so much to use a lease site, and you say, I want to build, if the rent's over, $2,000 or $3,000 a month, you say, maybe I need to build a site. But anyway, no, right now, whether we do that as one project will be up to you, up to whoever's steering this for the county. But if you want it as one project, it'll be one project.
Okay. Well, and I think we all agree, we need this, we already said timeline 18 to 2 years, but want it to be, we don't want to prolong it by what's going on over in Walton County. You know, I think we need to be the most effective and efficient way.
I understand.
And of course.
Yeah, you want to build them as fast as you can, and towers, like I said, they're the long pole in the tent. They're difficult to build, federal permitting, local permitting. There's always something gets in the way of building sites, and that's.
It's getting the approval, and again, we might have mentioned this in the interview process when we're, vying to be your consultant. We need to look at your land development code and what requirements are required for you to actually even build a tower in Franklin County. It's federal and FAA, FCC actually are easier than most of the time than local zoning requirements. There's a set of rules for the FCC and the FAA. If you meet those, then you pass on through, and they're not super tough hurdles. Local zoning hurdles sometimes are very difficult to get past, and counties have to meet their own zoning rules. You don't get to circumvent those rules. So we need to look at that, and it depends on where the tower's going. And we don't even know how many towers you're going to need at this point because honestly, we haven't even started the project. So I have done some preliminary coverage. I've been doing some homework up front. I did some research on what you guys have via public databases, FCC. And we need to talk to you and see what coverage you want, how much the actual coverage density you need for the county. We don't know that answer yet because we haven't started this process. No. In my opinion, you're going to need to build a couple sites probably based on what I found out there that's existing towers and what you have and what typical public safety coverage is going to be.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I was going to follow up on what Commissioner Kroom was saying. I'm glad to hear that there is going to be a consideration of a leased tower versus us building our own, because Aaron and I, from the time we started discussing this, I believe, we felt that a lot of the private tower companies were racing to build towers here in the counties to kind of prevent us from putting our own towers. So I'm glad to hear there still be some consideration, because like the chairman just said, why is the disparity between tower rental in one part of the county versus the other? So I'm really glad to hear that will be a consideration. I think that's very important, Commissioner.
If you can get a reasonable lease, the tower's already there and it's structurally sound.
Yeah.
For what we need, hey, that's quick.
But we might be looking at you to tell us if it's reasonable or not, to be very honest with you.
The $2,700 is pretty much going market rate.
A month?
Yes, the $3,000 is super low. That's like, sometimes there might have been some deals made that have the tower built. I'm not sure of the history of that tower.
Okay.
Some special consideration to have the county have lower rent to actually have the tower be able to be constructed for zoning and things like that. But anywhere from $2,500 to $3,000 a month from a SBA, Crown Castle, those guys.
American
Tower. That's normal. That's
okay.
What to expect.
And Commissioner Screw, before, I didn't want to get away, you and I talked about it, you were going to ask them about the tone out. Would that be part of their system, the future system, not just the current system that we're just talking about?
I got a circle right here.
Oh, okay.
Paging and tone out. With what we're getting, is that possible?
It is.
Is that an option? Let me rephrase that.
Yes.
Sorry, because you said you can do it on the radio. Paging, pagers. Do y'all have that capability?
So with the new radio system, you'll have two options, and this will be part of their job to determine the best path. But you can maintain VHF paging if you choose to, or there's also paging available in 700, 800. Once you move to the newer radio network, there is pagers that are designed, they kind of look and feel just like what they're used to in the VHF world. Those can be procured, and the radios will also act as pagers. So you can send the pages out and the radios will unmute just like they do today with the current pager. So yes, you can address and utilize paging in the new system.
Yes, they make 700, 800 pagers.
Okay, good. So I know that it's going to be a huge thing for.
But they're digital. They're digital.
Each one of us going to hear that.
So the tones are slightly different, sound slightly different to very trained, volunteer firemen have been listening to analog tones for 30 years.
Yeah, I was going to say, should be
they're
clear.
But you get it's a learning curve. Just like the radio system's going to sound different to you guys, a digital radio system's going to. A lot of your personnel already use that and slurs. But anybody that's using analog radio, when we go to a digital radio system, it's gonna change. It's like when we went from analog cell phones, people here that's old enough to have had an analog cell phone, to a digital cell phone, the audio that comes through that device changes. And it takes time for people to get used to that, but it doesn't usually take long. They're more happy with that I can actually talk in here versus a little bit maybe robotic sound every now and then you get from a digital radio system.
And you get rid of the static that Commissioner Sanders mentioned earlier.
Yeah, there's no white noise anymore.
That's all gone.
That'll be good. So I will say, I know it's a little bit premature for what we're doing, but I will say whatever we need to build out, even though we'll never have parts of this county that have houses on them because they're in federal and state lands, I still think what we're putting together needs to cover the entire county for emergency preparedness and emergency response, because there have been times in other hurricanes and storms, our EOC director has a portable, she has a portable command unit. She can go up closer to the county line if she needs to and still be able to communicate for anything that needs to be communicated. And so even though it's state and federal lands, we still need to cover the whole county is my thought, but that's just me.
We agree. That's the normal public safety de facto standard.
Yep.
And actually, commissioners as well, I had talked to Mr. Barentine, and as far as the failing tower at the sheriff's department, we did discuss that if the needs analysis, once we complete that process, we did discuss about actually accelerating that one particular tower site when we get to that phase of the project.
Right, and what I mentioned there is give us a chance to get the needs analysis started so that we know approximately where towers need to be.
Right.
And if we need to replace that condemned tower at the sheriff's office on an expedited basis, that we could just run a parallel project. We could put a bid together really quick and get that tower out to bid. And I said, well, I mean, do you have budget for that? So you've got money to pay for that and figure out how you're gonna get that money. And if that's gonna be Triumph funds or something else. But it's no problem for us to run a parallel project and get that tower started, replacement started sooner. We just need to get our arms around the project first.
So that's good to know. Thank you.
But, and generally speaking, replacement towers are easier than greenfield, brand new, like.
Oh, yeah.
Because you're replacing something, there's usually different rules and for zoning. Now, if we want to build a site in the middle of the national forest, that's going to bring challenges because you guys are going to have to find land or partner with either the state or the feds to get a piece of dirt in the middle of Tate's Hill somewhere or wherever out here in the forest to build a site.
Your turn, Commissioner.
They have enough there to be able to spare some.
There's plenty of land, yeah, but you're going to have
welfare and
to
safety.
work that in.
Yes,
Well, it's not on the tax roll.
not at all. All right, any other discussion before we vote?
I got one thing while we next to her. Renee, can you may can answer this for me. With what you're dealing with right now and what we're getting in the future, the console, can you explain the console to me? Like, cause you got like 4 or 5 of them right now, right?
I have 3 consoles.
Three. So
we have-
with this new system, it's gonna be one, or how would that work for your people? Do you know?
We are on 800, and we just went over to the new P25 that was required at the end of July. So my equipment in dispatch to dispatch for everyone is, basically state of the art. I mean, it's the newest version of that console. So.
So we cut down on consoles, right? Or with this or no?
Well, we're not cutting down on consoles. No. Well, consoles, there's a radio at each station. We have 2 dispatchers on at all times. I have the capability of having 3. If we have a storm come in, I go in and I man the 3rd station, which is 3 911s, 3 consoles. It allows 3 people to work in there at one time. The console that you're talking about is the radio. That's where I sit and page first responders or tell the ambulance where to go or tell the deputies where to go. And that stuff, that equipment is brand new.
Okay.
I mean, that's what we just went to with a grant through the sheriff's office.
I guess my question is, so with what we're getting, why would it be more effective? Like, it'd be easier for y'all, correct?
Okay,
talking
so,
I'm not understanding that. I
I'm
need
talking
to
about
so-
consoles or
understand that too.
the things that convert the signal to reach all the
Okay,
other fires.
so
I
there's-
think
that's
that's
what I
what
need
he's
to know.
talking
okay,
about.
so the consoles are there.
Yeah.
Williams has to build an interface for us to be
Interface,
able to talk to the UHF VHFs. That interface has been built, but right now we don't have any communications because the UHF VHF is not working. That's where we have to go to this point with the 185,000 to get that pathway working, because there is no communication over the radio. I can send the tone and the page and they can hear that. They cannot hear the voice because the coverage with the antennas and the towers is not there.
Right.
That's where we're at right now. When you say it works better, if everybody was on the same system and I had one way to dispatch for every department, 6 volunteer fire departments, PD units, and sheriff's office, that would make dispatch's job so much easier.
Absolutely. And that's what this is, correct?
Yes.
That's the second part of the project.
That's the second part.
The plan is, yes, you'll move to a unified radio system for all of the public works, the school board, all of those agencies that Ms. Aaron mentioned will be on one unified radio system.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. I know we still have to vote on this, but you said it's going to take you about to the end of this year, January, to get a needs list. Will you guys come back to this board with that needs list once it's complete so that we can?
Good point.
Oh, yes, most definitely. Yeah, there'll actually be numerous stakeholder meetings that we'll have to assemble actually with Omnicon and the volunteer fire departments, dispatch. Yeah, so they'll have a lot of time spent with the community.
Okay.
Figuring out exactly what's
The
needed.
draft report will have our final design, estimated budgets, where we want sites, where you have sites, all of those things in it. So it'll be a good boring read for you. And then we can come in, present it to you, talk to you about it, let you ask what questions to you feel like you got a good feel for it.
Thank
Some
you.
of us are gonna be a lot about what you know, so the needs analysis is gonna cover what you have now. You guys know what you have now, but it'll be in the report leading into what we recommend you move to, like Tim was saying, a design, a buildable design that will then go into the procurement document that goes out to the vendor community for them to respond.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question. For Omnicom, it seems like the permitting and regulation process takes longer than the brick and mortar actually does, and that's a shame, but
Sometimes.
it seems like all the time from this seat anyway. But my other question is this, and this is just to simplify this for me, but with option one, with all this equipment, will it be able to, will we have to use this equipment? If we spend $85,000, and I know we need it, and I want it, because we need something, I wish we could flip a switch and have it tomorrow. But will this equipment here be able to be utilized with the new system, or is it gonna be all new stuff?
Well, I haven't seen the proposal, but if it's VHF,
It's a tape simulcast.
if you chose to keep VHF paging even as a backup, which a lot of other rural agencies, they'll eventually go to 7,800, but sometimes they keep their VHF as a backup system, then you could keep it online potentially as a backup for paging. But directly use it with a 7,800 system, no.
Okay. Because in my mind, I'm just trying to figure out if we're gonna drop $185,000, that'll at least stretch us out for 3 years, roughly, if we're lucky.
Yeah, and it could still be part of your fire alerting process though. So just because you're on 700-800 radios, when you get the new system design, you're gonna have improved coverage all over the county. Whatever level you decide, that we decide in the design, together to build, you build that, so all of a sudden your coverage is no longer a problem. Okay, you already have consoles, so that the VHF paging can still be part of your fire alerting process if you want it to be. You don't have to switch to 700-800 pagers. You could, but you don't have to. Lots of agencies still use VHF pagers out there and on their own 700-800. So it's not necessarily a throwaway. That's
Okay.
only if you make the decision to move to a different paging system.
I'd add to that the NFPA code requires you to have a primary and a backup.
And a backup.
So this could satisfy the NFPA requirement to have a backup for fire station or fire alerting.
Yeah, just the reason, as I know, me and our fellow commissioners, we're gonna get asked, well, why y'all spending so much money whenever you're getting this whole brand new system? But we're looking at potentially 3 to 4 years. And I'm just saying that in a very liberal stance, because I'd
3
rather
years
shoot
is
long
3
than
years
shoot
is
short
honest.
and disappoint everybody.
Yep. 3
But,
years
but
would be
that's,
aggressive.
but for what we're spending this money for, it's worth it's well worth it, is what I'm getting at.
Let me just say this, Commissioner Amison. The last time we updated this UHF, VHF equipment was East Point Fire. So, I mean, there hasn't
2018.
been an update
Mhm.
In 8
that
years.
has been this amount of money since then. So we've gotten from, I don't remember what year that was, but it's been
2018.
2018
Yeah.
till now
Yeah.
that we've not had, I mean, we've had maintaining and, fixes here and there, but we've not had this amount of money put into that equipment since that time.
And trust me, you don't have to sell me. I'm just trying to make sure that
I
it's
just
being
wanted you to-
discussed that way when it
to
comes
know
back.
and the
There's phone
public to know.
calls after about 2 o'clock that,
Absolutely.
and thank y'all for what you're doing.
I'm glad it's, like Commissioner Anderson brought up, or asked, can we use it as a backup, so I didn't know that. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the item that's got a motion and a second before we vote? Yes.
And then after that, we go back to.
Yes. Yes. All right, so we do have a motion and a second to approve this contract with Omnicom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
All right, now we're back to what we were originally discussing with Ms. Brandon and with Williams Communications. It seems like after a lengthy discussion, option one is really our best and only option for what we have available to us, and the time it would take to actually get it in place is going to be more beneficial, especially to all of our volunteer fire departments. So what is the pleasure of the board, though?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Croom. It has been seconded by Commissioner Amison.
Commissioner?
Yes.
The declaration of an emergency as well needs to be included in the motion in the second.
Okay. Sir, you amend your
Amend my
motion?
I'm in my second.
Okay, so the motion and the second have been amended to declare that it is in fact an emergency, like us and all the residents in Franklin County already know. So that's what we'll be doing then with this motion and second and a favorable vote from the board. Any discussion before we vote?
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Aaron, what part of the budget is this coming out of? Capital outlay or?
This is likely going to need to come from reserve for contingency, which fortunately we did increase reserve for contingency this year, but that is where it should be paid.
So October 1st, we're already spending the money.
So that's all it
It's early
takes.
on our budget, but this is obviously needs to be done, so, I mean, this is the safety of our people that we serve, so.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
What I need to ask Williams is, so what you're basically gonna be doing is you're gonna make it where it's gonna be compatible with UHF, VHF?
Yes, ma'am.
And then that way, all the fire departments will be able to communicate with the thing?
Yeah, this will allow all fire departments to communicate on a single channel back to dispatch and amongst all of the different agencies. So it'll simplify the entire process for you. It'll act like just one repeater for everybody. They'll go to that one channel, they get their notifications, and they can communicate back to dispatch on the same channel.
Okay.
We
And-
are currently UHF, VHF. It already is that. It's just going to simplify everything. One channel, one way to dispatch.
And that's the one thing, one.
Yes. Yes,
I
ma'am.
think that's been the
Yes.
problem along the way. But now it says that utilization for utilizing existing Oyster Radio site and leased SBA site in East Point.
It
Is
should
that
say
not
so.
Alligator
It
Point?
should say Alligator Point. That might be a
They said
typo.
East Point. So I'm just making sure that you have to put it in writing, Alligator Point. If not, they will not believe sometimes. But anyway, well, I mean, they're just worried about it, because I didn't think we had an SBA tower in East Point.
No, that's the Alligator Point Tower.
So that's Alligator Point. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, one quick question,
Yes.
please, if you will. In the time frame on this, we're talking a couple months, you said?
It's a couple months to get the
Okay.
equipment in. I'm gonna see what we can do to accelerate it. I'm
All right.
gonna check and see if I can't steal it from another project and make it even faster if possible.
Well, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I got one more
Yes,
thing. I had
appropriate.
two more things, but he just asked about the time frame. Renee, something was just said about one channel. Does that mean, say if you page an Appalach, East Point, Carabel, none of them others getting the same page, right?
Okay, so I page differently for East Point and Appalach gets paged one way, St. George Island gets paged one way, and then Lanark, Alligator Point, and Dog Island gets paged another way. And I'll say this, if I'm paging Appalach, I have to go to FireNet and I hit the page and the tone and it sends it. If I do Lanark, Alligator Point, I have to go to FireLink, this is the channel, FireLink, page and tone, give out the page on FireLink, and then go to FireNet to be able to talk back and forth to them. So everybody's different. And now we just switched St. George Island over probably, I don't know, a year, 2 years ago, year and a half. They were on a different system as well, but we put them on FireNet. We dispatched them differently, but now they're the same as East Point and Appalach.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Renee, so what you're saying is that it's all on the same system, it's just a different frequency for each fire department, or a different channel?
Well, it's different channels, and you have to, when you dispatch it, I'm trying to think of how to explain it to you. It's more steps for certain departments than it is for others. And what we're doing is right now, we're doing it over that radio. We also do it through the CAD system because most of the fire departments, with the exception of East Point and Appalach, are on an e-dispatch system, which is a notification through our CAD system. So they are notified that way as well. And then we have a backup that we've been using, the county's emergency notification system, which is Everbridge, that we send out a text through that as well. So there's three ways that each department is getting dispatched.
Yeah, what I'm getting at is now I'm just going to throw a scenario out there.
Okay.
Phone comes in or call comes in at 911, and you have to call Alligator Point. You can flip over to such and such frequency instead of running through all these little loopholes or rabbit holes to get to this. You flip it on
Yes.
Alligator Point 06 or whatever their call sign is, boom, and then it's out. And that'll be the way it will be for all of them, correct?
Yes.
And
Once
this
we get
kind
this
of
fixed,
streamlines your job.
it
is what we're saying.
streamlines it. We're going to go away from Everbridge. We will no longer use that system because that has just been backup for 7 years.
Okay. And I think that
Yeah.
dumbed it down for me.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
This is partly what Commissioner Kroom is trying to say, I guess, in a roundabout way. It's too many procedures, too many interfaces.
It's
We
hard
need to
on the
simplify the
dispatch.
system, is I guess what you're getting
Yeah, but
at.
it's hard on the dispatchers
Oh,
too.
absolutely,
yeah.
Yeah. Renee, I will ask, if you would, I know we approved this, go ahead and let your fire chiefs know what's coming down the pipe,
Yes.
what to expect, please.
Commissioner, I plan to take this recording. I'm going to try my best to extract it from the full recording and send a link to all your fire departments,
Be good.
so they can look at this discussion in case they have questions for their commissioners.
Yeah.
Any other questions or discussion before we vote?
Thank you, Renee.
I do just have one other thing, Michael and I forgot to mention at the last board meeting. 911 office will be taking over the 911 addressing.
Oh, that's on my report. Thank you.
The addressing, we just did that this week, so I've taken that back over
Yeah.
from planning and zoning.
Since Courtney's leaving, she's taking that.
That's hard right
God
there,
bless you.
too.
Thank you.
All right, any other discussion before we vote? All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Thank you, Ms. Renee. Thank you, sir. All right, let's take a 5-minute recess. Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. We're moving next on the agenda to Ms. Bree Robinson, County Planner. Go ahead, Ms. Robinson.
All right, thank you. So I want to preface this with this is primarily just to bring something that I've been seeing to your attention and hopefully get some direction on how you want to move forward. Just for the room, I know I've gotten a chance to talk to all of the commissioners about this, but I'll give a little context on what I'm going to be talking about. So a little background. Previously, Franklin County staff consistently honored a 0-foot setback from isolated wetlands for development. However, this was based on administrative practice and not on any adopted language in the Franklin County Code or Comprehensive Plan. Both documents actually require a 50-foot critical habitat zone buffer for all land within 50 feet landward of waters or wetlands of the state, and the code does not differentiate between isolated and connected wetlands. Both are subject to the same buffer requirement. So when I've been reviewing site plans, whether the wetland is isolated or not, I include the 50-foot buffer around, which means I've had to turn quite a few down because there's a good bit of people out there who are under the assumption that isolated wetlands don't have a buffer requirement. So I'm kind of in a situation where there's prior precedent that's not in the code, and I'm following the code as written, so I've had some complaints coming in. Typically, if I have to turn a site plan down over this buffer for isolated wetlands, I have to tell them we have two options for them. One, they can apply for a variance, which is outlined in the comprehensive plan. Routinely, when a variance is issued for people to build in that 50-foot buffer, I believe it's been limited to 1,000 square feet. I haven't seen that language in the code anywhere, but I understand that's the precedent that's been set and has been followed. Second option, which I can give to people, is to fill the wetlands, which is not something I think the county necessarily wants to encourage, but that is their other option. And I do want to point out, if they go for the fill wetlands option, filling wetlands, you have to go through DEP, and there's mitigation requirements, and the state requires a 1-to-1 mitigation requirement. So if you want to fill a certain amount of wetlands, you have to purchase that same certain amount of mitigation credits for a wetland mitigation bank. So they'll create wetlands on your behalf in that area. The county standard is actually higher. We have a 2-to-1 mitigation requirement, which means if someone goes through DEP and they get a permit for the 1-to-1 mitigation and they bring it to me, I say, okay, you have to pay double and mitigate twice, essentially, to meet the county requirement. So with that said, I'm kind of looking for guidance on how the commission wants me to proceed. We can either continue enforcing the current code, which I've been doing since I joined county staff, and it wouldn't require any changes. It would be the 50-foot buffer for isolated and connected wetlands. Or we could look at amending the code to follow prior precedent that's been set, or maybe look at a different setback requirement that we could discuss. So if anybody has any questions or wants me to explain anything, I'm happy to do so.
Ms. Robinson, thank you for that. Quick question. Maybe it can help all of us understand what we're looking at. I know, but for the sake of the meeting, when you're talking about wetlands, you're not necessarily talking about wet areas. So I think, I know I've had a lot of residents ask me, and they think when you're talking about wetlands, they think you're talking about destroying places that are historically wet and there are things going on. But doesn't it have to do more with vegetation than it does water, per se?
Yes, it's all about the soil and what vegetation is there. Okay. Most of the time, if you see a pond, it's probably going to be a wetland. But there are cases where it doesn't meet that designation because the right plants aren't there. So.
Right. All right. So I know there's things going on, especially with Senate Bill 180. I'm fine with us going with what we have been doing for the last 30 years, but I do think it needs to be written down exactly like you're asking us to consider. I know there might be other things we can do in the future, but they would require amendments that we probably can't do right now. But as far as clarifying the language of what we already have, I do think that would fall under our purview. That's just my thought. I'm one of 5. I'm not the entire board. Because especially when you're talking about the isolated wetland scope, doesn't the state have 0 on both?
Yes, the state leaves it up to the county municipalities on their setback requirements, so they don't enforce anything.
Right. Well, the point I'm getting when I'm asking that question too, though, is the second part if they go to DEP or someone else from the state, they're gonna allow them to fill. They're gonna allow them to do, you know what I'm saying? I've not seen many of those turned down. They're gonna allow them to do that. So whether they're creating an instance where they're gonna be allowed to fill it, which is gonna bring more fill, which is a whole separate problem we're having, especially in some areas, or we can allow more use of the property by considering isolated wetlands different than we do regular wetlands, like we have been doing for 30 years, is my only point. But if we have any questions, commissioners, let's find out what the pleasure of the board is. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
This is a critical question for you all. You have rules in place already. So Chapter 180 or SB 180 wouldn't affect that. What has happened is over the years you did not enforce your own rules. I don't think it was for 30 years. I think what happened was when DEP stopped dealing with isolated wetlands, because they used to do that and then they stopped, then the county administration, I don't remember if it was Alan or Mark, just said, okay, well, we as the county are going to just ignore our rules and also not deal with it. It made life easier. I don't think that's the option you want to take. I think the option you want to take is that you enforce the rules you have on the books and let your planner enforce those rules. Now, as I understand it, you have people complaining and saying, oh, well, when I bought that swamp, y'all weren't enforcing your rules, and so now you shouldn't enforce your rules against me. Well, your county's report, your planner's report says there's a system to come forward and make that argument to the board that that really is true. So you cannot plan, you can't run your county based on the people that are calling and complaining saying, and I don't know how many that is. I'm sure it sounds like a lot when you're on the other end of the phone over at the P&Z office. But if you bought a wet lot and you bought wetlands, you shouldn't be building in that. You can drive over on North Sawyer Street on St. George Island, and there are 2 recent houses literally built in swamps. Again, that wetland definition is important. What are the plants there? Dan Garlick used to make a whole lot of money out of going out and deciding what is and isn't a wetland, and I'm sure there are planners that can do that now. But the more you let the island build up with fill, the more runoff you're going to have to your bay, and your bay water quality is going to decrease. So it's a big, big issue. I'm here to advocate strongly that you let your planner enforce your rules. They're on the books. The person who bought the swamp and now wants to build in it needs to come forward and explain that as a variance. And that's how to address it, is those few. If you say, we're never going to enforce this rule, everybody who wants to can fill every swamp they want to, you're going to have a big mess, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, 20 years down the road. So please enforce the rules you have on the books. Tell your planner, yes, enforce our rules. Thank you.
Ms. Gill, while you're coming up, Ms. Barbara, I think maybe you're conflating a couple of issues there.
Okay, help me out.
Number one, we're talking about countywide.
I
We're not talking about
understand.
the island.
All right, countywide.
We're talking about countywide. That's the discussion we had
The
last night.
river flows into
Yeah.
the bay too.
Yeah. So I know of 3 different young couples in the last 6 months, because it was, Mr. Steele was doing the same thing that Ms. Robinson's doing. They were going by what's written down, that bought parcels that are close to 3 acres in size. All 3 of them had a difficulty placing a 1,500 square foot house because of isolated wetlands. Because you have to be 50 foot from any of those, not just one of those. If there are multiple on the property, you have to be 50 foot from any of those. So knowing that Franklin County has so much in state lands, we're either gonna allow people to build to build in Franklin County, or we're just shutting the door and turning it all off.
Absolutely
You know,
not. Those young people come to this board and say, these are the problems we're encountering. Here's why we need a 1,500 square foot house, which I personally think is very reasonable. But if they came in and said, we need a 5,600 square foot house that we're then going to rent out, even up Highway 65, as more VRBOs come into this county, it's going to migrate north. And every impact on Tate's Hell, on the river, every one of those impacts is eventually going to kill an oyster. So you got to think in the big picture. Don't shut them down.
Yeah, there are other things that are worse on oysters than what we're talking about.
And it's like the Supreme Court said at the oral argument, it's like the Orient Express. Everybody is stabbing the victim. Who killed the victim? We don't know. It's a million people killing the victim. The point is, those young people can come in and say, we need a 1,500 square foot house because this is our homestead, we have 4 children, whatever it is. And here are our particular problems for our lot that we pay for, versus an investor that goes and buys cheap lots and then wants to fill them in and put VRBOs on them. And so there's where you get into the nitty-gritty of it. There's where your planner can bring it forward to P&Z or whatever your process is for a variance. You're big picture policy guys. Y'all are saying big picture policy, we want to protect the wetlands. Now, does one person have a variance that needs to happen for them? That's tiny. That's where your planner comes in. So no, I don't want to shut it down. I want to bring young people in here. I want to have people with places to live so they can support our economics. But I want the bay to be clean. And I want other young people to be able to go fish in the bay.
Thank you. Ms. Hill? Hold on, let's take care of public comments.
Hi, Gail Rigglemeyer. I just want to echo everything Ms. Barber said. And I also want to say and give you assurance that with Senate Bill 180, because it's already on our books, you won't run afoul of creating greater restrictions around development if you go ahead and just stick with what we already have. Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I know it was mentioned about the bay and oysters a few minutes ago. Bree, can you explain the difference between coastal and isolated wetlands?
Yes. So isolated don't have a direct hydrological connection to the river, bay, the overall water system. Isolated is typically like a pond or ditch or a wetland is formed, and it doesn't have a direct like stream to the big water.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just because you had public comments, I had a person online raise their hand to speak, but
I did public comments because I had to speak.
I'm sorry, not public comment. I think they raised their hand for this item, but I double checked. I did not see a speaker card, so I don't want them thinking they're being ignored, but they need to follow the process. So.
Yeah. All right. So, discussion, commissioners, where y'all at? What do you want to do?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I've always been an advocate of we need to follow what we have on the books. I know we've had things done practice-wise. I understand both issues. I did ask Ms. Bree about how many, is this like a consistent thing where she's got people that she's turning away based on this? And she sent me a couple for context purposes, but I've always been an advocate. Let's follow the code. Let's follow what's written. That's the problem we have now is we have a policy, comp plan, we have rules on the books, ordinances on the books. We haven't been following them or enforcing them. And so now here we are in the predicament where, well, Joe Schmo gets to do it, why can't I? Because we haven't followed the code, we've done it by practice. I have a problem with that. Now, how do we fix that is the question. Do we keep this? Or do we have to go through the process of a whole public hearing? Because we have to basically change our whole land comp plan, right? The whole, we have to go through a whole big process. Is that correct?
Yes, depending on what verbiage we end up with, we could have to amend the comp plan, which will take considerable time.
And that's that's something that I feel like, I mean, let's face it, every piece of property in Franklin County is some kind of a wetland, right? I mean.
Yeah, pretty much.
So
Every
where
one
do we
of
go from here?
I guess the only real discussion I want to make sure we have is the difference between coastal wetlands and isolated wetlands.
Yeah.
There is an actual difference.
It's jurisdictional wetland.
Yes. Yeah. So, but, you know, it's whatever the board wants to do. I'm good with whatever you guys want to do.
Mr. Chairman, you hit the nail on the head with that the term isolated. And
Yeah.
I can't, my thing is that if you got an acre of land, you want to build a home, okay, now you've got an isolated wetland that maybe joins your property. It's isolated. You got now the property owner's giving up that wetland, then they're going to give up another 50 foot of that wetland. I mean, I can understand why staff in the past has kind of took the approach they have, because you basically, the property owner, and it doesn't have to be somebody that just bought a piece of property in a swamp. It could be somebody that's had this property in their family for years, gave a piece of property to their child to build a home on, or whoever. And you know, it's just you know, like you said, we're in a wetland. The whole county's a wetland. If it's not affecting the coastline, if it's not affecting the river system and it's isolated, I don't see why we have to have extra setback off of that isolated wetland. It just doesn't make sense to me. But again, like was said before, we'll come to that decision shortly, it seems like. But
Yeah. Well, we have two overarching things that we do. One is for the health, safety, and welfare of our residents, and the other one is policies and procedures. So that's why the planner's asking us today to weigh in on this. But it's going to take whatever you guys want to do. Because if you don't address it, it stays like it is anyway. It's already written down. So that's whatever you guys want to do.
one other question, just for clarity, critical, Bree, could you elaborate on that, please? Critical wetland?
Critical habitat
Or
zone.
habitat zone, I'm sorry.
Okay, so that's basically the 50-foot vegetative buffer around any wetlands or waters. And right now that includes everything, isolated or not. So you're right when you say 50 feet around that, you can't put structures. You're not really supposed to cut down any vegetation. And that comes from the Critical Shoreline District ordinance. It's kind of part of a bigger picture.
And when we say structure, we're not talking about a septic tank, or we're talking about actual sticks.
No,
There's
involves all of it.
Yeah, there's specific rules for septic, again, as part of the Critical Shoreline District. So if you have, right now, if you have isolated wetland on the lot, that triggers me to look at the Critical Shoreline District, which that is 150 feet around that wetland. So I'm gonna be looking at your building setbacks. You can't have any building structures, anything within that first 50 feet around it. And then 150 feet out, I'm looking at your septic system. You can't have a septic tank, or you can't have septic, I guess the way to explain this. You can't have septic at all in the first 75 feet, and then 75 feet to 150 feet, you can have an aerobic system, but you can't have a septic tank.
I guess what I'm trying to say is that if this board did seem to, deem to go at a 0 foot setback, which has been practiced, or if it's 10 foot or whatever, because I was kind of thinking 10 foot, I'm going to be honest with y'all. But anyway, what I'm saying is if we do approve either one of those options, they can't go in there and put a septic tank 10 foot off the wetland.
I would not recommend that, no.
Well,
I'd
I'm
say
just
we
saying
should
they
still.
can't do that because there's 100 or a 75 foot setback for septic, correct?
Yes, unless we specifically change that language in the code, that would remain as is. Basically, what I'm looking for today is direction from the board, because it's not something where you make a decision and we have it written out already. We'll have to kind of get into the weeds and form the ordinance that's going to be created and look at everything around it. So I'm I guess the way to put this is I'm just kind of looking to see what direction we're going to go, and then I would work with Attorney Schuler to come up with language for whatever you guys want to do.
Okay. I want to clarify something I thought I heard you say. So right now, it's 75 foot for an aerobic system is a setback
Yes.
from isolated wetlands.
Yes.
But if it's a regular septic tank, which is all the landward side of the county, it's 150 feet
From all wetlands, yes.
from all wetlands.
Mhm.
So it's not just a 50-foot setback, now it's 150. Depending on the area.
For,
Yes.
yeah.
Yeah,
For septic, though.
yes.
For
So
septic.
it's 150. And doesn't matter what really action or direction the board wants to take today, we're not amending anything today. We're setting up, having a public hearing to amend it at that public hearing.
Yes.
Okay. I want to make sure that was clarified.
Mr. Jones?
Yes, ma'am. No, Ms. Barber, go ahead. But this is public comment?
Yes.
This is not going to be an interaction, but go ahead.
Well, just on that
It's
clarification,
not.
that means that your planner would enforce the rules you have on the book.
That's what she's currently
Okay.
doing, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So the motion you're looking for, are we gonna have you
A
want?
public hearing
a
to
public
amend it or
hearing?
not? Yes.
I'll make a motion that we have a public hearing to amend this.
I second that.
All right, so we have a motion to take this to a public hearing for a possible amendment from Commissioner Amison, that's second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion?
Bree, one question. They still have to go through DEP permitting process,
Yes.
correct? With the wetland, like they want to fill their pond.
If they were proposing fill, yes, they'd still have to go through DEP, and then it triggers the county's mitigation requirements as well. Also, your septic, you have to go through pretty rigorous permitting for that. So, I do have a question, if I may, on
Yes.
the motion. The public hearing to possibly amend, are we talking about a 0-foot or 10-foot? What's proposed?
Yeah, what is proposed?
I'll amend my motion to a 10-foot.
Okay.
That would be up to Commissioner Croom if he wants to
Okay.
amend the second.
So the motion's been amended to reflect the possible change to 10-foot from isolated wetlands. Commissioner Croom, do you amend your second?
Yes, I mean,
All right, so the
10 foot.
All right, so the motion and the second have been amended. Ms. Robinson, is there anything else you need to clarify on this motion? Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
and the reason why I would amend it to 10-foot is that way, potentially down the road, if we do adopt that, we don't have anybody that's actually building over a wet foot, or a wet
Yes.
land. You know, it would give some type of, without gobbling up the whole piece of property.
Yep.
So,
Whereas before it was 0,
yeah.
prior precedent, I guess you say.
All right, any other discussion before we vote?
I've got something I want to say.
Yes, ma'am.
Right here, she's doing this, and then if you move on with the current code as is, you don't have to amend the land development code or the comprehensive plan. But if we move on, like with just a sit motion in a second, then we're gonna have to take and amend the comp plan. That's a big undertaking, to amend the comp plan that's been in to amend a comp plan that's been in effect for many, many years. And I don't agree with the one plant growing on a 10-acre parcel that's gonna keep you from being able to do whatever you want. Now, I don't believe in that. But I also believe in if you develop as the land allows you to develop in Franklin County, that would be in a lot different way, in a good way. It allows that. Do we need all these wetlands filled in and all? No, we don't. But I'm just saying, I'm kind of torn on it because I'm real funny about changing the comprehensive plan. I know over a period of time things changes and stuff, but I'm just, comprehensive plan is like the Bible of Franklin County. And that's what I'm concerned about, that we're gonna change some original scripture in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not the same.
Huh?
That's not the same. Just because there was something adopted in the past does not mean it was infallible. It is not the Bible.
I will make one comment, if I can, to kind of piggyback off of those comments. Just so everyone's aware, until any code is actually changed and approved by the state, I will continue following the code as written. And this process will probably not be a quick one. It's going to take a lot of research on my end, and I'm sure on Schuler's end, to make this happen if we do want to make a change. So I just want everybody to be aware of that. Also, I'll make the comment that a lot of the kickback I get when I give people the options, because they do have an isolated wetland, isn't the variance process, but it's the 1,000 square foot limitation on that variance. So I don't know if that's something that we would want to take a second look at.
But you said that you couldn't find it written nowhere though, right?
I have not seen it. Maybe you.
I can.
Yep.
First of all, because of Senate Bill 180, if you remember, I gave the board a copy of a letter basically voiding the Jackson County amendment to their comprehensive plan because it was found to be in violation of Senate Bill 180 because it made development more restrictive, more burdensome. If you're going to move forward to amend the policy to reflect the comprehensive plan to reflect the actual policy, which was the 0, I would recommend instead of the 10-foot that we adopt or consider adopting a policy that reflects the existing practice, which is a 0, in order to be in compliance with Senate Bill 180. In terms of the 1,000 square foot, where that came from was, and it was alluded to earlier, Ms. Barber's comments about the 5,600 square foot. Anyway, the McMansions, people were back in the 90s coming to the board. They were buying lots and they were getting variances to build into the critical habitat zone, and they were building McMansions. I mean, thousands and thousands. 5,000 square feet would not be, an unreasonable recollection on my part. And so the board, as part of the variance procedure, you exercised your authority decades ago to place conditions on people that want variances inside the 50-foot critical habitat zone. So the price to be paid, so to speak, for someone wanting to build a habitable structure within that 50-foot critical habitat zone was the board said, okay, we're not going to tell you that your lot is unbuildable, because as was pointed out in Bree's report, there's a section in the land development code that says if the lot's unbuildable, then we have to relax the restriction in order to allow it to be built. So the board said, we're not going to allow these extremely large structures to be built on lots that require variances into the 50-foot critical habitat zone. So you can build, but your heated and cooled footprint will be reduced to 1,000 square feet. So that is where that policy comes from. It is based on the board's authority to place reasonable restrictions on the granting of the variance. If the board wanted to go back and reconsider that, I think that's within the discretion of the board. But again, because of Senate Bill 180, I am concerned that if we amend the comprehensive plan in the land development code, which right now says 50 feet, and we're going to reduce it into 10 feet, and that's otherwise inconsistent with our existing policy. There's some risk that they could say, well, we understand what your rules say, but your policy has been 0 setbacks from isolated wetlands, and they may, potentially declare that amendment void. And as Commissioner Sanders has pointed out, that's a heavy lift. It is a heavy lift, and Senate Bill 180 doesn't just refer to your land development code, it also refers to procedures. The county can't adopt any procedures that makes development more restrictive or burdensome. And so, we're sort of flying this plane while we're building it. Yep. So maybe the thing to do is to, we got some idea of which direction the board wants to go. Maybe let Bree and I bat this around, discuss it, and come back to the board at your October 15th meeting. Because whatever's going to happen in terms of a change that the board wants to approve, it's not going to happen soon. I mean, there is a multiple public hearings that have to occur in order to amend your comprehensive plan, and then it has to go to the state for its review. So that would be my recommendation. Allow us to sit down, analyze this idea of 0 versus 10 foot from isolated wetlands, and then come back to board on the October 15th meeting.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Attorney Schuler. Just to clear this up for me, so you're saying that if we went from 50, which is on the books, to
Right.
10, that the state would have an issue with that? Or-
Potentially, I think so, because our practice has been zero, what we've been
But
doing
we
is
would
zero.
still have to go back and address the comp plan, though, to make it 0.
Yes.
So, I
But
mean,
you- but
either
you're not
way, we're
making
gonna
it-
have to go back and look at it if we go to 0 or 10,
Yes.
if we change from 50.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I was just making sure I was,
What he's saying is 10 is more restrictive than 0.
yeah, I understand that, but what's on the
But
books?
50 is on the books.
Oh, yeah. I know.
50's on the books.
Yeah.
And I'm relying on my memory, which is there is some language in Senate Bill 80, Senate Bill 180 that refers not only just to the adoption of a land development code or amendment to your comprehensive plan. There is some language in there that I recall that refers to policies that make development more restrictive. It may be, I come back at the next meeting and say, yep, I'm good, I think 10 feet is reasonable, and I have a reasonable expectation it would be approved. I would just like a chance to look at that a little more carefully as opposed to flying this plane while we
So our
vote it.
practices, no matter what was written, our practices can be held against us, is what you're kind of saying.
Potentially.
Ms. Bree?
I was gonna say, I think we need to discuss that more, because the way I've interpreted Senate Bill 180, it's about what's written down. I haven't seen anything in writing of what the precedent or what former policy was. It's just kind of what was happening and what we've observed. We can talk about it more. I don't want to say I outright disagree, but I don't necessarily.
And I want a chance to confirm my memory as well, because I know there's some language in there that talks about policies that make development, not just your land development code amendments or amendment to the comp plan, but there was a reference in there to procedures. And I just would like the chance to look at that and make sure, like I said, may come back and say, no, 10 feet's fine and we're good.
I was just trying to get clarity a while ago, because it just, in my mind's eye, if you're moving from 50, which is what's in black and white,
Correct.
to 10, you're not making it harder for development. I don't understand why the state would have a stance on, hey, 10 is not enough. But what you're saying is over the course of time, 0's been the precedent, so they can possibly reflect back on. That's all I was trying to do. I mean, I'm not trying to get you
I
and
just
Bree
want a chance to
into a
look at it
wrestling
and think on it a
match.
little bit more before the board makes a final decision, whether it's 0 or 10. That's all.
And that's fine. I was just trying to get clarity. That's all.
So are you, Attorney Shaw, let me clarify a couple of things. Are you asking us to withdraw the motions and just give staff direction to have this conversation between you and Ms. Robinson to come back at the next meeting to
Yes, sir.
potentially take action on?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I do want to ask, before we do that, I do want to ask another couple of questions that you brought up when you were talking. So in our current way it's written down in the way we do things with variances, you mentioned when you were talking the coastal zone for the 1,000 square foot house, but that variance request, is there any language that actually puts that 1,000 square foot footprint on isolated wetlands? Or is it only the coastal habitat zone?
Well, I would say based on prior policy, it probably has just been the jurisdictional wetlands and not isolated.
Right.
But that I don't have a recollection of that distinction being made.
Right.
It was just whenever someone wanted a variance into the 50-foot critical habitat zone, the
Yes.
1,000 square foot maximum was applied.
Yeah. So even if we stay with what's written now, apparently that, if it's written down anywhere, needs to be changed to reflect what the rest of the code says. Because
That
if
can be
it's,
done.
it can't just apply to one, but we're enforcing it for all of them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If it's not clearly written down that way.
Well, again, my presumption would be the way Mark and Allen always approached
Yes.
the encroachments for variances into the
Yes.
critical habitat zone. It would have been jurisdictional,
Yes.
but, I mean, honestly, would have been more of a Mark and Allen question than a me
Yeah.
question, because I was never involved in
I
that
understand.
determination.
Understand.
My involvement was at the meetings, and when they requested the variance, it was in the
Yeah.
critical habitat zone.
Yes.
And
So-
the 1,000 square foot
Yeah.
maximum.
Okay. And one more question, Ms. Robinson. So currently, with the way it's written, we're following it. If I had a piece of property that had isolated wetlands and I would ask for a variance, would that variance allow me to fill those isolated wetlands?
No, you would still have to go through state process for that, I
Right, but
believe.
if the state says yes and the county says yes, or we have to get,
If the state says yes, then it comes to me and I reference the comp plan and I tell them there's a 2-to-1 standard, so they have to mitigate twice to meet
so
the
what does
county's.
it mean to mitigate? Let's talk about that.
Like, you, essentially, the code calls for, mitigation is replacement of what you've destroyed.
Right.
So I guess in theory, yes, someone could create wetlands on a different part of their property as long as they monitor it correctly. But what most people do is they pay into a wetland mitigation bank, which is a large plot of land, where people will create wetlands on others' behalf. And
Okay.
it's all done through the state. There's a lot to it. Yeah.
So even in the current way it's written down, there's a way they could go through and do it, it would just cost them more.
Exactly. It'd be very expensive to go that route. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just making sure mitigation didn't have anything to do, and I'm sorry for not knowing, have anything to do with what I know, like Disney went through when they wanted to build everything they built over there. A lot of people don't know about it, but part of what they have is actually over in Polk County, and it's a big, almost like a nature preserve area that they bought to permanently set aside, you know what I mean? But that was their mitigation to be able to do what they wanted to do. That's why I wanted to make sure we weren't talking about that kind of mitigation. Because there's not so much property to be bought in Franklin County. It belongs to other people,
Yeah.
you know, that don't want to give it up. That's why I was just clarifying.
Okay.
So what's before us, Commissioners, and what the attorney has recommended is that we withdraw our motions and give them a chance to have a discussion and come back more prepared at a meeting. So what's the pleasure of the board?
I'll withdraw my motion.
Okay,
Withdraw in a second.
all right, so, yes, go ahead.
I just can't get, we're not talking about covering up an isolated wetland here. We're talking about a setback, correct?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, we kind of got into Disney
Yep.
and I got lost there.
Well, I was talking about mitigation.
Yeah, I
But
understand.
so,
I just got to, you know.
the way it's currently written, though, and you make a good point, the way it's currently written, if someone asks DEP for a variance to cover them, and they ask the county for a variance to cover them, then they're gonna be covered. That's what this sets up going forward,
I guess.
is people want to cover them. They might have to pay more to do it, and they might have to jump through the hoops to do it, but that's gonna be their, you know, way to work through our code. All right, so Attorney Schuler, is anything you or Ms. Robinson need from us? Do we need to make this informal motion to empower you to do what you need to do, or are you good?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay.
We've got direction from the board, and we'll bring this back at the October 15th meeting.
Yes.
I do have a question. I did not ask you yesterday, Ms. Robinson, but how many current applicants are jammed up with this so far?
I think I've officially had to reject about 3 so far, but most people, before they get to the actual development permit process, they've called me, emailed me, met with me to see what's possible with their property. And I've had maybe, I'd say 1 a week is about how many people I talk to who call or email or want to talk about their lot, and I tell them what they want to do is not possible because of an isolated wetland.
And can you tell me where those areas are that they're wanting to build?
I've seen a couple on the island. A lot of them are in East Point, from what I've been seeing.
I figured it'd be East Point. No offense.
No, it's true.
But no.
Some of them I have received phone calls are right down the road from me.
Could I ask for a point of
Yes.
clarification?
Yes.
So I will get with Attorney Schuler and we will look at what possible code changes would be made, need to be made, to get this point across and how long that might take, what it might look like. My question is there any appetite to relax the 1,000 square foot variance option, kind of on the flip side of that?
Well, if it's not written down in what Attorney Schuler's referring to, so if it's not written down that, so I think, what was the term used? I'm sorry.
The board by policy
Yes.
adopted the 1,000 square foot cap for people requesting variances to construct their residence within the 50-foot critical habitat zone.
Critical habitat, yes.
Because if you'll recall from Ms. Robinson's presentation, your land development code and your
Yes.
comprehensive plan is very restrictive on what
Yes.
can and cannot be placed within the critical habitat zone.
Yes.
And so as the condition for the granting of a variance, the board imposed and created a policy that said, we're not going to make your lot unbuildable. Practice was to try and push everyone as far away as possible from the critical habitat zone. Sometimes they had to go into the critical habitat zone, but they could, if they had to go into the critical habitat zone, it was a policy of the board to limit that structure to 1,000 square foot of heated and cooled space.
Okay. So, Ms. Bree, if you would, y'all, let's confirm and make sure that the language is exactly how you're remembering it on the fly. If what is written down only addresses the critical habitat zone, we do not need to continue to enforce something that's not written down on isolated wetlands. That would be my response, but y'all look at it and y'all tell us what you think.
Okay. I will point out at the bottom of page 1 of my report, I cite Comprehensive Plan Policy 1.7, which is kind of where that idea comes from. And it does talk about the buffering standard for the critical habitat zone. And the language it uses is it shall be relaxed only to the extent needed to accommodate the residential structure with the least impact to the wetlands or waters of the state. That's the only reason I have pause is I haven't seen the 1,000 square feet. If we can find it and it's written down,
Right.
I'm happy to run with that. I'm just wondering if there's an appetite to maybe look at that.
Well, I think it does need to be considered, because number one, we need to make sure it is there. Number two, what is there, if there's, especially if we're looking at now, there's a difference between contiguous wetlands and all these other things, or isolated wetlands, and we're enforcing what's on the books, then we don't need to be enforcing something that's not on the books. If it's not written down, if it's written down that only affects the coastal, the critical shoreline, then we should not be inferring that upon isolated wetlands, because it's not written down anywhere to do that. That would be my thought. But y'all bring it back to us and let us know what's there.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question too. Critical habitat zone, is that everywhere? I mean, it says 50 feet within 50 feet landward of waters or wetlands of the state, but for example, my district, some of my properties in my district aren't 50-foot landward of the waters. I mean, if you're looking at, say, off the coast line. So is that what you're talking about when you're talking about critical habitat?
I want to make sure I'm answering correctly. I think the answer to your question is yes. You could be nowhere near the river or the coast and kind of out in the middle of nowhere, but if you have an isolated wetland, that kicks in the critical shoreline district.
Which is everywhere.
It is,
essentially.
and just so everybody's aware, the National Fish and Wildlife Service, they have a wetland inventory that we use as a basis as part of our reviews. It's the National Wetland Inventory, and when I'm reviewing property, I go to there, I look at the property, I see if they're anticipating wetland coverage, and if they are, that triggers me to ask the applicant for a wetland delineation so we can actually see where the lines are and where those buffers need to go. But that's a resource that we rely on, and if you're interested, go click on that and just look around. It does grade the wetlands on high quality, low quality. Some jurisdictions do get into the nitty-gritty on high quality, low quality wetlands. I will say our comp plan does speak about that. It has language on how to take a wetland and see if it's high quality, low quality, but then nowhere else in the code does it use that language as part of its determination on what you should actually do. So it's there. We could utilize it. It's not applied anywhere in the code.
And Mr. Chairman, without getting into the weeds, isolated versus non-isolated, I mean, that would be really getting into the weeds if you dug and tried to differentiate between the two, right?
Well, typically somebody performing a wetland delineation will assign if it's one or the other, and they have to do a lot of testing to be certified to issue those. So it's kind of like taking the word of an engineer, like you're taking the word of the wetland delineation.
But if we say, is it isolated or non-isolated, that's not going to make you change your determination as to whether or not it's a wetland, right? So it's not going to make a difference in what you determine if they need this 50-foot buffer or not.
Exactly. Right now, if somebody brings me a wetland delineation and they say, look, it says isolated on it, I say, okay, I still have to follow what the code
So
says.
differentiating between those two terms is not, it's kind of a moot point, is what I'm saying. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem. Any other discussion before we move on? Yes. Yes, ma'am. Come forward, Ms. Scott. I do want to address, and this is not directed to you or Ms. Barbara. So we do our best to accommodate people. Public comments is public comments. And we've never, in the 9 years I've been on this board, had multiple public comments during the same time period. Nothing about public comment is meant for you to have an active conversation with the board as we're discussing things, but please go ahead.
And thank you for that, but
Yeah.
I also want to say from your constituents' perspective, sometimes we look at the agenda and we can't anticipate the kinds of things that are going to come up. And so we don't fill out a speaker card until conversations occur, and then we want to ask further questions or provide input or suggest ideas. And so, again, you guys are very open and transparent and try to, hear from your constituents. So that's why Miss Barbara and I do
We
this.
do
but-
all day, every day, Ms.
I
Kim.
know. Okay, so real quick, I'm really concerned about us even considering changing the comp plan and going down the road that appears to be happening, because I want to remind, and I appreciate and support the property rights. I see you're being very careful to protect people's property rights, and I'm all about that as well. So I want to remind everybody that people who have specific circumstances with their property do have a vehicle to look at their specific circumstances and ask for a variance. And so people who may have inherited property or whatever that might have a lot of wetlands on them, they have a mechanism to come to the Planning and Zoning Board, the staff, and say, this is my specific circumstance, and I have a hardship. The definition of a variance is a hardship, and I cannot use my property unless certain variances are allowed. And so it will be a case-by-case, legally done through a process to look at each case individually and allow people to build on their property. My concern is with the path it looks like we're going to be taking is that it creates a slippery slope where you're going to have developers or other people coming in, like Ms. Sanders said, buying up a bunch of cheap property, and then now we don't have the setbacks that we've got, and then you're going to have unintended consequences. So please think of that. Thank you.
I will say, if we're going to have those, we would have had them in the last 30 years, because staff has been operating in the other way.
With a zero.
They've been operating in zero.
Yeah.
So that's not a new discussion. But anyway, we can agree to disagree. It's not a problem. So do y'all need anything else before we move on? All right. Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Thank you,
Thanks,
Attorney
Bree.
Schuler. All right. Ms. Griffith, we're up to you. So we have items 2, 3, and 4, I believe. Or,
Yeah, we voted on one.
yeah, we already did number 1, correct?
Yes, you have 2, 3, 4, and 5 left for
Okay. So
action.
commissioners of 2, 3, and is 5? Oh, yeah, 5 does say board action, I'm sorry. Of these 4 items, are there any you would like to pull for discussion? Or would you consider making a motion and vote on all 4 under consent?
I'm okay with making a motion on all.
Okay.
As long as,
All right, well, if that's the case, then I would entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion.
I'll
Or-
second.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion before we vote? I will say, for a matter of public record, we're voting on airport obstruction removal project phase 2. Avcon's airport obstruction removal phase 2 task order amendment, number 1, and a CEI task order fiscal year 25-26 dune walkovers, CEI services and permitting and plan sets for those upcoming projects. All right. Seeing no further discussion, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous. Ms. Griffin, let's go and talk about number 6.
Okay, Commissioners. As reported during this year's budget discussions, there was a change in the 2025 statutes which authorized the expenditure of the county's TDC sales tax proceeds for Section 6 Public Facilities Infrastructure Projects. Before this can occur, the county must amend the TDC spending plan to reflect the change. A rough draft of the revised plan is attached to my report for the board to review before sending the draft on to TDC for their review and recommendation. The attached plan adopted in 23-24 clearly outlined the goals and objectives for tourist development and served as a reference for budgeted revenues and the expenditures going forward. The 2023-2024 plan budgeted the current year's revenues as percentage totals. A maximum of 9% could be spent for administrative activities, roughly 40% in advertisement and promotional activities, 21% towards objectives E and F of the plan, which included museum improvements and operations, erosion control efforts, maintenance, dredging, and visitor center activities, 10% for public safety services, and 10% for beach park facilities, and a 10% reserve for the fund. Interest revenues were dedicated to offset the cost of projects, and carry-forward funds were proposed to be allocated to a variety of projects which fit within statutory guidelines. The changes and necessary updates in the attached draft spending plan are highlighted yellow. The updated draft plan will be presented at the next TDC meeting for their review and recommendations, and once approved by the TDC, the county can then move forward with scheduling the public hearing to formally adopt the plan. There is also a draft list of Section 6 concepts attached to this report, which could be pursued in the future. These conceptual improvements include the SGI seawall repair at the St. George Island boat ramp, the Patton Drive boat ramp and dock improvements in Patton Drive, Old Ferry Dock boat ramp parking area improvement, dock and ADA access improvements at Indian Creek Park, Sylvester Williams Park improvements, which could include sports lighting and a basketball court, pavilion, pickleball court if unfunded by FERDAP, Vrooman Park improvements, new surface for basketball courts, possibly path resurfacing, property acquisition. Gene Sewell Park improvements, again, if unfunded by FERDAP, pickleball court, picnic pavilion. Also city playground improvements, city boat ramp improvements, other county boat ramp improvements. We could also possibly use the funding for extension of the SGI multi-use path resurfacing. We currently have an active grant project which is doing the third to third section right now. And resurfacing of the roads in high tourism areas, which could include additional areas of the commercial district in St. George Island, and downtown corridor areas and other areas of the county, including Apalachicola, East Point, Carabel, and Alligator Point. The St. George Island Auditorium Visitor Center project, which we submitted as a RIF design grant. And then other downtown area parking improvements or beach areas, and also drainage improvements, but they would in turn have to pass the 70-30 funding requirement and also the independent professional analysis as part of that. And so once we have that plan onto TDC and they review and approve and make any necessary changes, we'll get the public hearing scheduled.
Yes.
And
Ms. Aaron,
then,
all of these would fall into that 70-30, wouldn't they?
They would.
Most of them?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep, and the board has a unique ability because you all also have some of your special funds which could actually be used to provide the match for those projects.
All right. Any questions, Commissioner? That's a lot of stuff. This is what it looks like when the legislation changes.
Aaron, I did have a question, but yesterday, I seen in your report the other day when I looked at it, the armory wasn't started on, but now it is.
Yes.
And they presented, or you presented a
Yep.
Did you see him on the roof? You saw him on the roof, Commissioner?
I've seen
Yesterday?
it.
Yeah.
tentative timeline for it. Hopefully they'll be able to follow it. But I did have a question about DW. Is Dewberry still on that 30%, or did they move it up to 60%?
They are actually advancing, and I can actually go through my other board informational items because I do have DW Wilson on there.
Yes.
Never mind, that's just board information. Okay, never mind, sorry.
Yeah, we did receive an amended site layout. The stormwater permitting actually necessitated some changes from the original layout to still be able to fit the 6 courts. So I did have the new layout actually pasted below as part of my report. And there's quite a large retention pond area, unfortunately, just because there's so much surfacing.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a note. This is what you just discussed. is from TDC. This is not all what we have planned for the county. This is just what TDC, per the most recent change statute, can provide to pay
yes.
for and use for
Yes,
funds.
correct,
I don't want
correct.
the
These
public
are
to
just-
think, well, that this is the
Yeah.
only thing we're looking at improving in our county. We've got a lot of things
Yeah, yeah.
on the burner, so to speak, but this is just what we can do now with TDC since they changed, TDC funds, since they changed the statute.
And it's also some conceptual ideas as
Yes.
well.
Yeah.
You know, so a lot of these projects, you know, maybe 3 or 4 happen in the upcoming fiscal year, but a lot of things, you know, it will take time for things to be developed and actually vetted, you know, through the independent professional analysis process.
Yes, and Miss Erin, I did have a discussion over the weekend with Ron LaFace from Capital City, and I did not do it yesterday because I forgot, but I have a contact number to send you about the independent analysis.
Wonderful.
Anyway, he tried to help us find somebody that
Okay.
he knows and somebody that's reputable and all
Okay.
that stuff.
Would you all like for me to run down the other board information items, or it's up to you?
Yeah, you can, go ahead.
Okay. The Apalachicola Health Department siding project, replacements in progress. It looks great. They're almost finished with installation of the hardyboard siding. We are going to be replacing several damaged windows as well. The Lanark EMS interior finishing and sheetrock is in process. Restore SGI stormwater, the project in progress. The work is still focusing on the retention pond areas at the center of the island for the first 30 days to be ready for FDOT's resurfacing of Franklin Boulevard. District 1, District 3, and District 5 road paving segments are currently out to bid. We originally bid that separately due to concerns regarding the availability of funds and quantity of roadway segments. We just rebid that as a single project with a disclosure that not all segments may be awarded due to budgetary constraints, and the bids will be opened at the next meeting. The Restore Countywide Dune Restoration Project, we did have a mandatory pre-construction meeting that was well attended. That was actually held on Tuesday of this week. The dune construction at Carabel Beach Park and St. George Island's Lighthouse Park, we did have to have a required 45-day solicitation period, and bids will be open for that one at the first meeting in November. Courtroom renovation project is also currently out to bid. There is a mandatory pre-bid meeting. I did have that wrong. Our mandatory pre-bid meeting is scheduled for Friday. Fort Coombs Armory Convention Center renovation project began on Wednesday the 17th. I've also attached the schedule of completion. Final inspection is anticipated to occur in March of 2026. And the St. George Island multi-use path, we are actually awaiting concurrence and commencement authorization from FDEP to be able to award the construction contract to the low bidder. The Kendrick Sports Arena pickleball courts, the surfacing was applied this past week. It should be open for pickleball play by the end of this week. Yeah. And we just covered D.W. Wilson Park. And also, yesterday, we had an inspection by FWC at some of our boating improvement project grants. The first one that we visited was back at the Oclotney Boat Ramp Project. And that was a grant that was completed that project was completed in 2008. They did make a site visit. We are going to have to do a lot of work at the Oclotney Ramp project, just to actually bring that project up to par. It has been damaged, the floating dock, multiple times in multiple storm events. And it's just time, honestly, to do almost a full replacement of the floating dock section. We will also need to actually restripe the parking area because a lot of the directional signage has actually worn off. And also the ADA parking place as well. And also at all 3 of the boat ramps that they visited, the acknowledgement signs were missing, and most of those had actually gone missing in Hurricane Michael. So we will have to replace those acknowledgement signs at all 3 sites that were visited.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Aaron. Mr. Morone.
Yes, sir.
This will have to do with you, but it's under something you reported, and I'm not looking you to give us an answer today. But knowing that there's going to be a time they're going to be doing renovations in this room, you need to be ready to come with us to give us what the alternatives are.
Kind of a little plan, but I need to have a meeting with someone before I bring it to the board. I have I'm sorry.
I have something from Aaron, Mr. Chairman, before we proceed.
Yes.
I know that, I think July, the Otter Slide sidewalk was supposed to go out for bid. Is that correct? Construction bids? Have we heard anything on that?
Otterside sidewalk, we actually awarded the CEI, but we don't have a contract in place yet, correct? or Otterslide is the one where
The
Maria
sidewalk.
and Vicky are reviewing Dewberry's proposal for the design.
Yeah, we're still in negotiation.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
I have a question for Commissioner Sanders. So Commissioner Sanders, since the pickleball courts are open up, Kendrick, can I call ESPN so we can host a tournament? So I can do that now? I think that'd be pretty cool.
We can have a tournament.
Anything else from Ms. Griffith? Ms. Aaron, thank you, as always, for everything you do. Mr. Rome, before we start you, let's take a 5-minute recess.
Okay.
Mr. Royce, you good? Franklin County Board of County Commissioners now back in session. We're at the place on the agenda where we're talking to Mr. Morone about his report.
Hey, Commissioners, page 30 is where we're at. I have 2 action items that could be done under, together. The SHIP certification. It's an annual certification we do every year. It becomes part of the file, and it's part when we do our audit and our review, or we get audited and reviewed, that has to be in the file. And the second thing is an approval. We've done this before, probably more recently with CDBG, where we buy the replacement homes. Most people, there's like 2 or 3, there's one upfront payment and then one to the end. So they're asking for 40% of the 3 applicants that we have. Courtney's report was to you, showing the 3 names. So those 2 could be approved together as normal SHIP activity that you may have, of your choice.
I'm good with doing that. I do have one question though. When you say 40% up front for the homes, do they already have us a price for the home?
Oh, yes, and if Courtney failed to put the amount on the report, she sure did, because I looked at it. Yes, I can get that to you guys later for each.
Yeah, because I want to know, how do you know it's 40% if you don't know how much the home is?
Yeah, so I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll ask her when she gets back to resubmit her report and put each home, because each person got a different size home.
Right.
So there are different cost, Commissioners, to the homes. But I'll get her to send that to you.
All right, so Commissioners, are y'all wanting to talk about one of these over the other one, or are y'all good with voting on them together? Well, hearing no instruction, I entertain a motion.
So move.
So we have a motion to approve items 1 and 2 by Commissioner Ward. Second by Commissioner Croom. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Item 3, Commissioner, speaking of SHIP, so as the board is aware, Courtney left us high and dry. Now, let me not stop teasing her. Her last day is October 10th. To minimize any gap in the program, I met with ARPC to discuss administration of the SHIP program. They currently do provide that same service to Jackson, Calhoun, and Gulf counties. We are able to agree to a process which will involve Tina Boone being our local point of contact, and she will interact with ARPC. Which makes it a lot easier in our local. That's always been the problem with contracting out. We didn't have a local point of contact. We remember the capital. Anyway, let's not discuss that one. So yeah, so we have a process, and they have a wonderful database that they call Neighborhood, that basically will take the applicant through the entire process online, similar to the process that the building department uses for contractors and owner builders. Similar to that. They fill it out, it's all done online, and that in turn speeds up the process for the application. It keeps a watch to make sure we're following all the SHIP rules, we're meeting the requirements of, low, very low, et cetera, and for each strategy that we have. And so we'll have access to that, and the compensation, they're asking for the 10% of the SHIP, which is normal admin fees. We might have to, I will talk to Ms. Linda Phillips about this. We might have to discuss, because in the past, we used to deduct a certain amount for the audit. We might have to shift that cost over to professional services so that ARPC can get the full 10% of the admin costs.
Mr. Morone, did that change this year? We're in a new budget as of today, new year. Did the state actually add money to SHIP this last legislative session?
Not yet. It's still and we still have past monies to
right, I understand that.
But no, as far as we know, they're still keeping with the 350. Now, help me, the rural renaissance?
I think it was going to increase it.
Whenever that actually takes effect, that will increase your SHIP program by a
whole that actually hasn't been voted on yet.
Money, yes.
So that didn't get
but we're
voted
not
on.
there yet, from what I understand.
I'm sure it'll come back up, though.
Yes.
That's one
Okay.
Senator Simon
Right.
response.
Right.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, and that software, Michael, you did a very good job covering it. And the only reason I know is because I actually am the current chair of the Regional Planning Council. That software also will help them track the years, the pots by the years, to know that monies are being taken care of and utilized.
Yes, we're meeting all the SHIP requirements because they have not just your strategies, SHIP also you have to serve so many people that fall into the very low moderate, and I think I might be missing one. I thought there were 4 categories. But yes, you also have to meet those requirements. So it's not just, that's why I had to ask Courtney to change some. They used to have first come, first serve.
Yes.
It's more like first come, first qualified.
That's
is
right.
how we have to deal with SHIP.
Yes.
If not, we can get in some serious trouble with the state and Florida Housing.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chairman, this fee will come out of professional services?
I'm sorry, the admin part of it will come out of the SHIP admin funds that we get from the state.
Okay.
What the fee I want to transfer is that the county's been doing this for a long time. That's a county rule, not a state rule. They used to deduct a % from the admin to cover the county's audit of the SHIP program. That's the part I'm going to talk to. And I bring this back to you at the next meeting. That's the part I want to transfer to professional services and have a discussion with Linda about that, how we can get that done.
Okay.
And also access to the, if you looked at the contract, there's a fee with any software that we have. You have to pay for access for a user. That will also come out of professional services.
Okay.
But the 10%, Commissioner, will be the 10% from the SHIP. We get 350,000 as a small county, and so 35,000 is the annual fee that we do for the SHIP program.
So that's all you're asking us to vote on today,
Yes.
is the 35,000?
Yes, I will bring back I'll come back to you next week after I have a discussion with Linda about moving the audit fee and the access fee, if you don't mind, today too, for those. Because we need access to that software.
So,
And Attorney Schuler has to review the contract. One more thing, yes.
so just for clarification, we are making a potential motion to allow you to approve the agreement based on, contingent on Attorney Schuler's review and the administrative services?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make the motion.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward,
I second with a question.
second by Commissioner Amison. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, just for clarification, Michael. Now, ARPC, they're gonna be doing just what, handling just the administrative part, but the actual boots on the ground is gonna be Ms. Tina Boone, correct?
Yes, so-
She will, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So basically, somebody wants to apply for SHIP, they will come into to Tina over at our admin office with the application, or once we have access to the software, Tina could sit with them and they fill it out together online, which makes it easier because our
Well, most people that's gonna be qualifying for this, and I hate to say it's not gonna be, on most cases, it won't be tech savvy and.
That's right.
stuff
So
like that.
Tina will be there to help them to walk them through the application process, paper or electronic.
My main concern is I don't wanna fall back into where we were before we brought SHIP back.
Yes. So ARPC's portion, they don't kick in until after the application's been uploaded to the system by Tina. And then they take it and they run with it, make sure that they're income certified, all the other processes that have to be followed to qualify them for SHIP. And they will handle all the meetings with the contractors, the pre-bid, not pre-bid, but pre-construction, like the closings, like what we had the other day.
Yeah.
All that will be handled by ARPC. Tina's job is just to get that, help the person as they walk in, they want to apply for SHIP, let them know what they need to do, what documentation they need, then she sends it off to ARPC. So they always have, and don't get too far into the weeds, the software will allow Tina to log in and see who is missing what. So if you are missing, I don't know, one of the income certification forms, and we told you about it, and a week or two passes and you do not submit it, it'll be flagged, and she'll know, she'll contact you and say, sir, we still need that form before we could move on. So she will be your Franklin County point of contact.
Thank you for that, because I'm basically just airing that out, because we have a lot of fans now of SHIP since we brought it back in.
Yes.
It's been very productive in helping
Yes.
a lot of people.
We don't want to lose that momentum. That's
exactly.
correct, Commissioners.
All right, any other discussion? We do have a motion and a second. All right, seeing none, all in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous, 5-0.
Okay, Commissioner, item number 4. At the last meeting, for some reason, I thought we had 3 weeks difference instead of 2, and I said that multiple times. But we don't. So here we are 2 weeks since the last meeting. So in front of you, you had that vacant position ad that I talked about at the last meeting. Basically, they primarily will be working with the building department, but secondarily, they'll be the ones for now monitoring the code enforcement email and sending those emails to Angela and myself. We will decide whether we process that. And maybe I need to explain the plan a little better because it's evolved since then. So basically now, effective today, we have 2 people doing code enforcement out in the field. We have Sissy that is works with the Department of Health employee, that's doing all the sanitary nuisance claims that we have. That's her first role. Chester Reese, who is our part-time building official, permits are down, so we're going to use him to check on all our zoning infractions. So together as a team, and then they'll start working with each other. So basically, together as a team, we now have 2 people do. They'll be separate for a while, but I'm trying to get them to cross-train and work with each other. So we'll have 2 people doing code enforcement for Franklin County, and Chester is already agreed to go out and get certified as a code enforcement officer. So we'll have 2 certified code enforcement officers working for Franklin County.
Good.
So that's the plan. But this person will be monitoring the emails, because I sure have a lot of emails to monitor. So they'll monitor the concerns at franklincountyflorida.com, .gov, and then they'll send those emails to Angela and myself, copy us and let us know, hey, who do I need to send this to? And they'll help us out with some of the processing. So that's their secondary role.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'm okay with this, but my question is, obviously as a commissioner, I get a lot of zoning concerns and I have questions. So I guess the point of contact that I need to contact the person now is Angela.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So until this person comes on,
Yes.
then it'll be this person.
Yes.
Okay. I'll make a motion to authorize advertising for this vacant position.
Okay, so a motion to approve the advertisement of this position by Commissioner Ward. It has also been seconded by Commissioner Sanders. Commissioners, do you have any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's 5-0.
And Commissioner, I kept Bree here all the way for this. So with all our discussion about a new P&Z member, we've had Mr. Jim Thompson. He's been pretty consistent about wanting to serve on P&Z. So I asked Bree to interview Mr. Thompson, and she did. And I attached a short bio that he sent in, and she is recommending that you appoint him to the P&Z board, PZA board.
And he would be at large?
Yes, he will be at a large seat. The other vacant seat is a little bit down the table, but we won't point any fingers or call any names. That's the vacant seat that we have, and he is steadily trying to fill that seat.
Mr. Chairman, I have not been told no as much, this many times since the last high school dance I went to.
It happens.
But I am searching kindly, I promise.
It does happen. I've had similar instances with the hospital board. It remains vacant for my district, but nobody wants to serve there. So did we have a motion and second for this, or no motion yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
I'll
What's the
make-
pleasure of the board?
I'll make the motion.
I'll say.
All right, so we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Amison. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you, Commissioners. I think Mr. Thompson is going to be a good addition to our PZNA board.
Mr. Chairman, I do have a question. How many does that just leaves an open
Just one.
seat for?
One
just
open seat.
Okay.
We weren't going to say that. So, but
Well, he
anyway.
brought, he's on his way. Poor guy, got told no all them times.
Yeah. Okay, Bree, you're free. Look at that.
I do have something, we'll continue, but I've got something I was gonna bring up after your report that concerns Bree.
You want to do it now?
Well, how many more do we have? A few, just a
The
couple?
gun range and the
Let's
workshop.
just do that. Let's just finish out first and then we'll
Okay.
go.
You're not free. So,
Down, Bree.
okay, item 6, Commissioners. So, Commissioner, there was a request to Commissioner Ward from the animal shelter. They're having an event on Saturday, November 2nd. As stated in my narrative, Wakulla County is coming this way. They're thinking, what I didn't say in the narrative, they're thinking that Wakulla County people might come for the free vaccinations and the microchips. And the Gulf County Humane Society may also attend. They've been invited. And so the potential of having all three counties, people from all three counties here. A big turnout is expected. Of course, parking will probably be an issue and other traffic consideration. But more importantly, the firing of guns at that close range to the shelter may create some anxiety with the crowd and with the animals. So they're asking if we would please close the firing range for that one day for this event, just that one day.
And Mr. Chairman, I will say that Mr. Jimerson did email me to say they really only need it closed from 8 to 3, but I just soon, honestly, it's middle of hunting season. I don't foresee anybody going to be going to the hunting range because they'll probably be in the woods. So I felt like it wasn't going to be that much of a detriment to close it just for the day. So I'll make the motion to close the gun range on Saturday, November 2nd for the day.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve this closure by Commissioner Ward of one day on Saturday, November 2nd. It's been seconded by Commissioner Croom. I do have one question. Isn't that the same day as the Seafood Festival?
I think it is, yes.
Okay. So yeah, you're either going to either be here or there.
Yeah, I thought about that. That's right, the
Fill
first
up some
weekend.
people.
Yeah.
I
It's all
have a
good.
question, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Are we gonna have any signage or anything on that?
I probably will and talk to Fonda about signage. I probably talk to the sheriff or Jennifer about using the electronic signs coming both ways towards it, saying that it is closed.
But the reason why is hunting season is, but technically it's not into that Thanksgiving week. And that's when people are gonna be sighting their rifles in, so we might wanna make sure we got some signage
Make it a big
up
deal.
that way,
Okay.
that we don't have any phone calls.
Thanks for the clarification.
Well, you'll be at
Third
Seafood
week.
Festival, and I don't want your phone blowing up over there while
I
you're
might
trying
not
to
be at Seafood
celebrate.
Festival. Who knows where I'll be there? Might be at a football game.
That's
Who
me
knows?
working for you, Commissioner Ward.
Thank you, appreciate
Welcome.
that. See, I've, it's been a while since I've gone hunting, so I don't know when hunting season actually occurs, but thank you.
There you go.
I was gonna say, ask Commissioner Sanders about her discussions with FWC last night, but we won't go there right now. We wait till later.
We'll get it in a minute. Any other discussion before we vote? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That's unanimous.
All right, Commissioner, this is me. I kind of messed up the last time. I knew I had scheduled it at 2 o'clock for a reason, the mandatory garbage pickup. That's because October 14th is the P and Z meeting at 5:30. So that's why I had it at 2 and not at 6. And Commissioners, I apologize for that oversight on my end. So do we want to move it to 2 o'clock that day, or look for another day that you guys can bring it back to me next week, another day? We can discuss scheduling next week, a day that everybody's available for that mandatory garbage pickup, if you want to keep it at 6 o'clock.
Mr. Chairman, I already arranged my work schedule to be off that day, to take off half that day to be here at 6, but I see that we have a schedule conflict. I honestly don't know if I can go back and say, hey, I'm just gonna need the whole day off, because it's hard for me to just at the drop of a hat
Yeah.
take off, or change my schedule. So if you, I've got 4 others that have schedules also to contend with, so I'm willing to change it to another day, but if push comes to shove and we can't, and we have to do it at 2, that's fine. I just may not be able to attend. I can try to get it changed, but I may not, is what I'm saying. So it's
So if you would, let's just do this. On the next meeting we have on the 15th, we'll just go ahead and cancel it for now, I guess. There was a workshop. That way you can clarify with Mr. Roan what date works best for you. Because I know, like me and Commissioner Sanders, our schedules are wide open. We're good.
okay.
Really?
So we'll do it however you want to do it. But no,
It's
it's
funny.
I mean, it's hard to just change your schedule like that.
It
when
is,
You
yeah.
work shift work like she does.
I
It
appreciate
is.
that. I'll get with you, Michael.
Okay, that works, and I'll bring it back up. Let me make a note next meeting.
So
My
we are
biggest thing
officially
too,
canceling it.
Canceling it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, was having it in the evening so that people in the public could come.
I agree.
And,
Like-
and
And like we discussed the last time, this is a big change to our culture, the way we've done things for years here in Franklin County. So yes, we need as much as most people from the public to come here and so they can understand what's going on and see how it affects them.
right.
This is a big deal, y'all. Item 8, Mr. Chairman, this, I'll let you take the lead on this one. You wanted to have a discussion with the board about a concern you had regarding this.
Yes, so we have been, I want to say Miss Erin told me we've been a part of the RCSC, Riparian County Stakeholder Coalition, for 10 years, if maybe not a little more? Longer, okay. And they're an NGO. We have given them taxpayer dollars in Franklin County for over a decade. The issue I have is they are making statements about things that they want to see and they want to have done with our ACF basin, and they're not having any engagement with the counties that are dues-paying members. For me, that's a problem. You don't have to do what we say, but to not even ask, yeah, I have a problem with writing a $5,000 check. You know, they're wanting to, the waterways to be different than, or not even take any at all input from their member counties that are part of this RCSC that are giving them taxpayer dollars. So I have asked Ms. Aaron, and you'll notice if you look back today, it was not included on your bill pay.
Okay.
Because it's the first, usually stuff like this that's already been approved by the board, it's done at the very first meeting. I asked Ms. Aaron to withhold that check till we could have a discussion about it. Because I think Mr. Ken Jones does not align with anything to do with what I've heard this board discuss about our river or our bay.
You want, Kent, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, do you want Mr. Jones to come in front of?
That'd probably be the best way to do it.
All right.
Well, I would say too, Mr. Chairman, I know I was, I guess, volunteered to be the representative for this board on this coalition, and I've yet to hear from the guy. I was actually gonna ask you about that, because he's never contacted me.
Really?
No,
Ken Jones.
not once. So
How can you
that's,
follow
that's
that?
why when I saw this on your report, I'm like, well, I need to bring that up too, because I haven't been contacted to,
So they might not even be having meetings for all we know. But if they are, Franklin County's not being included even though we were a dues paying member.
Okay. I'll bring him in front of the board.
So do we
Well,
need-
I'll ask him to come in front of the
do
board.
we need to make, we probably need to make a motion though, because we withheld the check, right?
That would be a good thing to
Okay.
give the finance office some coverage.
So we're, just let me try to clarify. So we would potentially be making the motion to hold whatever funds that we've agreed to give them this year in this budget up and until we can have a presentation from Mr. Jones here to this board, then the board can decide.
Then we can decide if we want to go on with them or.
I just want to be clear and make sure we're covering it by whatever motion we potentially make.
I'll make that motion.
All right, so we have a motion to approve that by Commissioner Ward, second by Commissioner Sanders. Any discussion in addition to this, Commissioners?
I would just say.
I do. Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Yep, go ahead.
But I'm just gonna make one statement. They've been on here a long time. We've been paying them $5,000 a year for everything, and not to even get a report once a year on it. That's not good, but that's my statement.
All right,
Mr. Chairman, I have been getting those invitations.
yes.
Now, I don't know if it's on behalf of the county or the partnership, but we might, before we, jump all over somebody, we might want to get clarification if they were assuming that I was the
Yeah.
appointee from the county standpoint or the president of the partnership. So
Yeah,
I'm just putting that out there.
Well, we can clarify
I
that
will.
too.
yes.
Do I need to amend my motion to reflect that, or is that just pretty much?
No, we-
No,
no,
it's-
we're good.
No, your motion didn't have anything to do with who the representative is.
Yeah.
Any additional discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Everything else, Commissioner, is pretty much informational. I don't think there's anything for me to bring up. I know, I see I have the FWC, the next workshop, but if we can get debris and let it go, because I think Commissioner Sanders wants to talk about last night. I think, you don't?
I want you to talk about St. Joe Company and inform the board.
Oh, I will.
Of your interaction with them.
Yeah, I will. You-
Because we ordered, we tasked you with the job of getting a hold of St. Joe to try to intervene with this property, these people that's got the property out there that has flooding issues. I mean, I know we've got a drought on, we've had a couple of days of good rain, but that's, neither here nor there. It's just like Jennifer Daniels said, we've still got to wait out the storm season. So we were hoping that St. Joe would come in and do what they said that they were gonna do last year when they told myself and the road superintendent and the engineer they were gonna come back and rectify a problem on their property that would cause the water, keep from causing the water to drain on the other people's property. So,
But they, and to continue that discussion, so basically at first they were, reach out to someone from the executive, like administration, let me just say that. And the intent was to kind of have a roundtable meeting, Commissioner Sanders, myself, St. Joe, and include Mr. Neighbors. That was heading towards a discussion, and then I received another phone call that said they had talked about it among themselves. They don't think that nothing they have done has caused this flooding problem back there behind Lanark Bridge on Kentucky and the other property owners in that area. And they said they declined to have a meeting, and they left it at that.
I have contacted one of my contacts with St. Joe, and they sent me a copy of the email that they asked her to contact me and please talk to me because I had some issues concerning my constituents, and I have yet to hear anything. It's been 2 weeks.
Yeah, and I told her to, in case you had called her, because I sent you her number, to look out for your call. She said, I got
Well, I thought it'd be
okay
better to
response.
go through a contact I have with them, they'd be kind of
Yeah.
like on the same level, because she don't know who I am.
Yep,
She
true.
could care less. But like I said, I'm not gonna face what we faced last year, because it wasn't just myself, it was this whole board getting the calls and stuff about it. And it's just something that should have never happened. And they recognized the problem was gonna come over and fix it in the dry
With the
period of
berm.
the year. Now they said they don't have no responsibility for it. So, what you do? What do you do? You know? Thank you, Mike.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem.
Mr. Chairman, before Bree leaves and Michael, I was gonna do this after Bree got done with hers, but I felt like it would probably be better, more prudent to do it under Michael. We did bring up the fact about, tabled items for the PUD, the field ordinance and the RV ordinance. We do need to bring that back up. So I don't know if I don't want to make a motion or anything, but I want you to put on your agenda for the next, or your report for the next meeting, for us to discuss that and potentially bring those back on the table, since those are things that we do need to address. I think the biggest thing was we were waiting for everybody to have their town halls to determine on what kind of direction we're wanting to go on each item. So, and I did tell Ms. Bree about that as well, so she can, I know she's got a lot of work on her plate, but those are some things that I would like to be brought back up soon.
Okay.
I know we've had workshops on them, some to ad nauseum, but we do need to readdress some of those things. We've been putting them off for some reasons or another.
Okay.
Thanks.
Anyone else?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Railroad, have we gotten anywhere with the railroad yet?
Not with the railroad, no. I did get in touch with Benny. Actually, he texted me during the
I did
meeting.
talk to Benny
You
about
did?
it, yeah.
Okay, yes. Not with the railroad, that's
Yeah.
next, yes.
Okay.
All right, anyone else? Have anything from Mr. Rowe? Michael, thank you.
Yes.
Attorney Schuler, we had a amendment to our agenda.
We did. Only one action item. Does perhaps calling for public comment before we proceed, or do you want me to make a presentation?
Yeah, no, let's call for public comment.
Okay.
Since it was added to the agenda. So at this time, we are looking at MSBU Fire and Rescue Rate Study recommendations. We've asked Attorney Schuler to bring this back to us. Is there anyone in the public that would like to comment on this before we discuss it or potentially take action? Anyone at all? What about digitally?
Anyone attending by Zoom would like to comment on this issue? I'm sorry, please do so by raising your hand on your device. Thank you. No hands raised, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Attorney Schuler, go
All
ahead.
right, Mr. Chairman, I am recommending that the board authorized me to draft and negotiate a contract for the board to enter into with a company by the name of Accenture. They are based out of Tallahassee. The purpose of this contract is for them to perform a professional analysis on the MSBU rates that are currently charged for all 7 of the fire districts. As you can see from the timeline that I have cut and pasted that they provided, they can meet the board's requirement that you want this, if the rates are raised, you want it to be on next year's tax bill. So they provided the timeline, which indicates to me that they can do that. The total cost of this contract for this service from Accenture would be a cost not to exceed $76,500. That's broken down as follows. The rate study itself has a price range between $49,500 and $52,500, plus what they've referred to as the legal component, which they have estimated, or provided me an estimate of $24,000. Although I do believe that this professional service falls under at least 2 exceptions in your bid policy, one for the professional service and the other is that Sumter County recently went through an RFQ process, and I understand from Accenture they were awarded that, so we can piggyback onto that RFQ as well. But as with all things, even though the board has an exemption, if the board wants to advertise this, and that's certainly within the purview of the board. But my recommendation is, unless the board makes that decision, that you enter into this contract with Accenture as I've outlined it here for you this morning.
All right. Any questions, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, this is, just for my own knowledge, kind of time sensitive, right? Because if we go
Yes.
up for bids, that's gonna take another 2-3 months, and then, we're delaying all that process. So if hypothetically, we're looking at potentially 2027 before we could,
Yeah, I would not be able to answer that until we got through the end of that RFQ, and depending on who the award was. But yeah, I mean, it really does start to compress that timeline to get on next year's trim
Ballot,
notices.
to get on the
Because it's
ballot.
not just going on the tax bill,
ballot.
you have to go through public hearing processes, you have to send out notices to all the property owners on their trim notice. And I will say a public thank you to our property appraiser, because he has very generously indicated that he is willing to do anything that helps the county save money and be efficient for the taxpayers. So thank you for that to the property appraiser.
And Commissioner Ward, if you remember, I believe it was Commissioner Sanders that said some of the fire departments are
Need
really
it.
needing to
Yeah,
get this.
that's what I'm saying. I
Some
don't
do,
wanna-
some may not. This is
Yeah.
how we're gonna find out.
delay it any further than what it could be, so.
All right. Pleasure of the board.
Seems like an awful long timeline.
Well, 13 months from now is when the next tax bills come out. So yes, and I expect that they will be finished before that, but I also wanted them to provide a timeline to the board so that y'all could have the assurance that whatever decision you make, it will be made in a sufficient time to make your decision, get out the public notices, get on the trim notice, and then therefore be collected on the ad valorem tax bill.
Well, I was liking the idea of doing the rate study because you recommended it, anytime you had any kind of a rate increase. But not only that, that it may be able to see unforeseen increases that they need to have that they hadn't factored in.
Correct.
I mean, because some of the fire departments are wanting to go from, 50 to 95. It may be that they may need to do more than 95, but you won't know until you get a rate study done. And that's, but then everybody wants it to be right now, I mean, it's not like that. And it's like I said previously also, I think we need to consider, I know we need to get past this, but we need to also consider what's the future. Because the cost for fire protection is not cheap, and it's not gonna go down, it's gonna rise.
That's right.
You know what I mean? And that's what I'm thinking about, but, I mean, this is something that you recommended on the rate study. Can you push to them that we may need it quicker than 13 months, or?
I can be pushy.
You can be pushy. This is a lot of money. right here for rate study.
Mr. Chairman, I will ask Attorney Schuler, did you reach out to other companies for this same rate study?
Yes, I've communicated with 3 different companies. 2 of them, I don't know that there's a lot of difference money-wise between them. They're both located here in Florida. One was a company down in Tampa. Their total was about, potentially about another $3,000 in addition to this. So it potentially would have been, just sort of in rounded numbers, let's say 79.5. Accenture was at 76.5. There was an outlier from a company in Maine. Their rate study was at 29,000. They did not provide any information concerning the legal component, which caused me some concern that maybe they may not be as familiar with Florida law as these other firms are. I know with Accenture and Benish, I've talked to other county attorneys seeking information about companies they're doing rate studies with, and I know particularly, for example, Benish, Leon County attorney is using Benish for a rate study up there. I'm not sure if it's a fire and rescue assessment study or some other type of MSBU rate study, but my recommendation to the board, sort of Accenture was the one in the middle, so to speak.
So in other words, you kind of did your own RFQ, and this was the lower side of the bids, right?
Yes, I believe that they provided, in terms of both the rate study and the legal component, I think that gets us in a range that doesn't seem particularly, although it's a lot of money, it doesn't seem unreasonable, because again, you've got 2 firms that are sort of neck and neck, and then you've got the outlier. I mean, y'all seen that before. We get some bids where everyone else is like $1.2 million, $1.1 million, $1.15 million, and then somebody else is at half of that. And you're like, wait a minute. So,
What you can probably, with that bid there, coming from up there, you probably have a lot of hidden add-on expenses, having to travel down here, that's where I was kind of leaning with that particular company there anyway, but.
And so, Mr. Chairman, are we required to go out for bids, or is this something, like you said, you can piggyback off of Sumter County, or?
I think that there are 2 exceptions to the bid policy that apply that, like I explained before, this is similar to the process that was used, as I recall, for Baker Tilly for their professional services when they did a study at the hospital. And then certainly piggybacking on to Sumter County is also another exception to the bid policy. But like I said, I know it's a lot of money, so I wanted to put out there for the board that if y'all wanted to go through an RFQ process, that's always at the discretion of the board.
What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I'll be honest with you, I don't know if we're gonna get any less of a cost or not. I mean, I don't know what, I'm kind of caught between the 2, because, I want to make sure we're getting the best bang for our buck. Attorney Schuler says we are. But then again, I'm also looking at the time constraint. I don't want to delay things to where we can't provide our fire departments with what they need, because we're already kind of behind the 8 ball. I'm kind of caught between those two big items. I mean, they're 2 big items. We're getting the best bang for our buck versus we need to do it. We're on a time constraint because our fire departments need the money, and we can't do anything until we have this study, in my opinion. I'm kind of caught between the 2.
That's the way I feel too.
So what is the pleasure of the board?
Question, Mr. Chairman, where would those funds come from?
Professional services.
They would come out
is my
of professional
understanding.
services, so it wouldn't affect any MSBU funds?
No.
It is
Okay.
not coming out.
That's the
of-
reason.
Yeah, well, that's,
That's part of the reason why we're doing it this way. It wasn't gonna impact current MSBU funds that our volunteer fire departments have.
Yeah.
Yes,
And if we did RFQ, of course, it would extend the
time frame, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion that we go ahead and accept this,
Good.
with the attorney's recommendation.
So we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Sanders,
I'll second.
second by Commissioner Ward. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That's unanimous.
Commissioners, I will say I spoke with Aaron about the rate study that was done at Alligator Point back in, I think it was like around the '07 time period. And as I recall, she said the cost of that rate study almost 20 years ago was $43,000.
But
Well,
can
that was for
you,
beach renourishment.
yeah, that was
It
with the
was ultimately
government
voted down.
services.
It was voted down, but
Miss Camille.
okay. Commissioners, unless you have anything further for me, that's the end of my report.
Did you have anything else for us?
There's some public announcements I could make, if y'all wanted to hear. I mean, the code enforcement ordinance has been, ad was sent out and approved for publication. It should be published, tomorrow for the ordinance hearing on October the 15th. That's the draft that I presented at the last meeting. The executive session is scheduled and confirmed and should be published tomorrow for October 15th at 1:30. Provided a title opinion to Ms. Bree Robinson for Gene Sewell Park for as part of the FERDAP application that she submitted yesterday. We've had a little bit of a hiccup in the title search for Sylvester Williams Park because it turns out that for whatever reason, the dugout portion of Sylvester Williams Park is actually titled in the name of the City of Apalachicola Housing Authority instead of the City of Apalachicola. So I've brought that to the attention of the city attorney, and he's going to make some updates and amendments to that lease to sort of get that cleaned up so that she can continue moving forward with the FERDAP application. As I understand it, the FERDAP application was timely submitted yesterday, but because of the timing of the title searches and this little hiccup, it's just easily corrected, but it's something that the title opinion that I need to provide to her can't be done until we clean up the lease. And I'm not sure if the city, how they're going to decide to deal with the issue that Sylvester Williams Park is titled in two different city entities. One the majority is actually in the city, and then a small sliver where the dugouts are, according to the survey, is titled in the name of the housing authority. But I spoke with Ms. Robinson about that, and she does not think this is going to be an issue with the FERDAP application. That they tend to circle back pretty well on items that need to be completed. But my expectation is when the city finishes their meeting on October 7th, I think they meet, then I'll be able to get that amended lease and then draft the title opinion and get it submitted to FERDAP long before they even realize it's not there.
Okay.
So a few other things like that are going on.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I have something for Attorney Schuler, and this is, I was going to talk to you about this, but I know you've been out. But my question is, and I want you to, if you will, think about it, research it, what have you, but what do we do in a situation, and goes to our code enforcement situation, where, our policy is we send a letter, they give them 30 days or whatever to comply. If they don't, sometimes we send a second letter. Well, the process is we send a certified letter if it comes back. So my question is what do we do in a situation where we send a letter, the homeowner doesn't get it, it gets sent back? We can't basically, in other words, get a hold to the homeowner telling them that they're not in compliance or they're out of compliance. How do we proceed from there?
Are these individuals located in Franklin County?
No.
We can have them served by the sheriff's department.
No.
Sometimes people refuse to accept certified mail when they see it comes from a governmental agency.
Yes, this one is particularly in my district. It's a blighted structure that's along Highway 98. We've tried to contact the homeowner 2 times. Both of the certified letters have been sent back.
Right.
They've researched other ways to contact her, but she's out of state. So what process do we need to take and put in, maybe, I don't know if we need to amend our policy in terms of what to do in that scenario?
So the certified mail that was returned, do we know if it said refused or if it said undelivered?
I didn't get into all that. I didn't get into all that. But that's something we can find out from Courtney when she gets back.
Okay, when's Courtney
Yeah.
going to be back? Monday? I can sit down with Courtney and get some more information.
I don't
But
think
yeah,
it's often,
The
but-
answer is yes, we can, if we can't get actual service, we can get constructive service on them.
Okay. Because, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you would just let me know.
Yeah, I'm
All
going
right,
to make a note of
before we,
contact.
before we proceed, I also want to mention to you, Attorney Schuler, and to the rest of the commission, excuse me, we've had some discussions about Economic Development Council. I haven't gotten names from both cities yet. I did get a name from the city of Appalachia. They are putting forth as their nomination, Miss Tammy, that used to be married to Trigger. So I know him. I went to school and played basketball with Trigger. Miss Tammy. And I think that's a great deal. City of Carabel hasn't named a name yet. So when we get the names, then we'll bring it back on a regular meeting, on an agenda item for the board to try to approve us going forward with this Economic Development Council.
Yes, sir. I'm definitely going to need some direction from the board on what its expectations are for the obligations and scope of responsibility for the EDC, because if I don't have that information, I can't
Right.
move forward. So,
Right.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No problem. Anyone else? All right, so Mr. Morone? Professional Executive Administrative Services for the TDC?
You've had one response for the TDC admin.
One response?
Yep, one response, your current TDC admin, which is the Appalachian Bay Chamber of Commerce. One response, it was ran in Panama City, was ran on columns, quite a few, as many locations. We get it on through the system that we use. Through the system that we use, Commissioners. So where do you want to go from here? You could review the packet that they looked like they spent some time on. If you'd like to interview the next meeting, or just approve it today, knowing that that is your current TDC admin vendor.
I don't have no problem going ahead, since it's met the qualifications and went out for bids and it did the timeline that it's supposed to. I don't have no problem accepting it myself.
Yeah, no, I have not looked through the packet. I just opened it a minute ago, so that's one.
Are we, Mr. Chairman, are we sending this to somebody like a review committee?
You are the review committee.
Oh,
That's what I
okay.
was
Oh,
basically
yeah,
saying. Do you want an
that's-
opportunity to review
yeah.
the packets, and then at the next meeting you appoint, or you want to spend some time today
That's-
reviewing it?
That's
Whichever
what
way.
that's what I would suggest.
That's the
is
only packet.
If we review the packet and then come back at the next meeting, you know, we've always done it. I don't, is there anything different? Do you know? Have you looked through it?
I just opened the box. I haven't had a chance to, because we couldn't open it before today at the meeting, so I could distribute these, and then I'll put it in my report at the next meeting.
So however y'all want to proceed.
You want to do interview style, just have them review it, have Mr. Solomon come in, do a quick interview and make a decision then? If you had any questions with the packet?
So if it's the only, if he's the only one that's, or the chamber's the only one that's submitted, they're
Yes.
already our current, just review it. And if you want to review it on, and if you catch something that we need to be aware of,
Okay.
if there's a change, which,
Well, for the record, I'd like to distribute them, you guys look at it
Okay.
too.
Yeah.
Ask me if you have any questions,
Okay.
okay? I mean, I'm sorry, forward me any questions you may have, and then I'll let you know if I need to put it, how I need to word it on the agenda. How about that? That works?
Okay. So do we need to do that by motion and vote, or we just?
Yeah, saying that, what, basically, we'll review the packets and we'll discuss it at the next meeting,
Okay,
appoint,
Yeah.
whatever term.
okay. Well, you either agree to accept it or
How did y'all do it the last time, Mr. Chairman?
the last time they were multiple, there were multiple.
So,
Yeah, it's been a
The
while.
last time we actually voted on it because there were multiple.
Yeah.
well, you were here the last time that,
She was on her 4-year hiatus.
thank you.
You was.
It's before, yeah.
I like the
well,
hiatus
I
thing.
thought,
It was 2019 when they chose the
so you were here when Kurt and,
Kurt.
and
Yeah,
then it
then
changed.
after
Okay, I
Kurt.
thought you were here whenever.
No,
Okay.
no.
I stand corrected on my history lesson there.
So it's all good. Let's just bring
I
it
mean, I
back.
don't have no, I mean, they're the only ones that applied for it, you know, I don't have no problems going ahead and doing it, but I think it would be nice to have, anyway,
I think it'd be better for us to look over it just like we would any other
I
one,
think so.
Yeah,
and make sure that everything's like it needs to be.
okay,
I agree.
all right.
All right. Mr. David Walker, Mr. David Bowling. We're here to talk about a performance and malpractice premium estimate.
Excuse me. Good morning, Commissioners. David Walker, Williams Memorial Hospital. I have David Bowling with me. At the last county commission meeting, we talked about the physician transition, Southland physicians coming under umbrella Weems. We also had a physician's contract agreement as an independent agreement, and we had given that to Attorney Schuler, for review as well. So the physicians can come under our umbrella. And part of that is the malpractice insurance, that we'll take on with these particular physicians. Now, there was some conversation about the costs, what would the cost be? Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Do I need to start over, y'all? Did y'all hear me?
No, you're good. Just go from there.
Yeah, there were some conversations about, the cost. What would the cost be at Williams Memorial Hospital? David Bowling did a draft performer. I have him here today to go through that performer with you to see what the cost would be, for the hospital. But this is something that, that was presented to us, and we just trying to do our best now to, rectify the situation, to bring the physicians under our jurisdiction as of today.
So I want to ask a question before we get started.
Yes.
By the current structure that's being proposed by Alliant, we would be making all these doctors Alliant employees, or what are we doing?
No, okay, the current structure is being proposed not by Alliant, it's by the hospital. These positions would be.
You're talking about the hospital board?
Yeah. What happened, Dr. Hart said, hey, I cannot do this anymore. So
Right.
the plan was, okay, let's bring these
I
positions.
get all that.
Yeah, let's bring these positions on our umbrella. So the positions would be under Williams Memorial Hospital, like an independent contractor, like we have with any of our independent vendors. Alliant will have nothing to do with the ownership of those positions. It would be just like any other vendor we have. For us, like we have electrician vendor, we have IT vendor, we have a pharmacy vendor. So it will come under the umbrella of the hospital.
Mr. David, I apologize.
Okay.
Let me rephrase. You're an Alliant employee.
Oh, well, yeah.
So as you're presenting this is what Alliant is recommending.
Okay, yeah.
Let me rephrase.
All right, well,
So,
yeah, sometimes
the only thing I have heartburn with, and I'll just be straight up front, if we're gonna pay their malpractice insurance, that's like we're taking them on as our employee. We're paying their insurance. I would rather for me, it'd be cleaner if they just agreed to work for so much an hour and their insurance or whatever fees they incur is their own to incur. I don't know that the hospital should be paid, that's making them an employee.
Yeah,
That's an annulment that other people that work at the hospital do not have.
okay. Well, we do the same thing for our, like the ED, the EMS position. We cover their insurance as well. So any physician that either supervises, like our lab department, we put them under our professional liability plan as well. So it's nothing new that we haven't done for any other physicians. For example, Dr. Conrad, he supervises the clinics.
Right.
So he's also under our professional liability insurance.
Right.
So we just do that to cover
So,
ourselves as a.
okay, let me ask another question then. So what we're looking at a total saving of $11,000. Correct? That's
Yeah,
what the
yeah,
performer-
at a conservative sake, the conservatives.
Okay, well, I don't know that's very conservative, but anyway, so taking from this, if we're saying that the only thing that Dr. Hart was providing was paying their malpractice insurance, I'm sure Dr. Hart was not doing his service for $11,000 a year.
Yeah, and I have David Bowling.
So that's.
Go through that.
Seems very
Yeah.
incongruent with me, just on the face of it.
Yeah, and what it is, and David Bowling can come up, it's a conservative proposal, and we're thinking that we may still see some pickups, and David probably talk about this more, some pickup on the insurance billing. Dr. Hart Group, they only bill for I think 4 insurances. Of course, we have a network of insurances that we can bill for. So we think we'll have some pickup on that with the billing. We also think we know we have some pickup on the cost report, for that as well. Anything else, David? Well, you can come on up and as you walk through that.
You're good. I'll defer to my fellow commissioners. I have 1,000 more questions, but I'll defer.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question in terms of the structure. So it says emergency department and hospitalist, 17,000. Who is the hospitalist?
Okay, they do, it's the same thing, yeah. So and we have a unique situation here because most hospitals, you pay two separate costs. You pay for your ED coverage and you pay for your hospitalist coverage. The hospitalist coverage is the people that cover your inpatient or your med-surg patients. So most hospitals, they have two separate groups. You got your inpatient physicians group that you pay for separately, and then you contract with somebody else to provide the inpatient care. Southland has always did both for us at that particular time. And so they'll continue to do the same thing here as well.
Mr. Chairman, I will say too, I'm not a doctor by any means, but I was an independent contractor doing home health care, and I was responsible for my own malpractice insurance. So that's just my opinion and my thought, but I know doctors maybe, I'm not, again, a doctor, but I am a healthcare professional, and I don't know. I feel like they should be responsible for their own malpractice insurance personally, because it's under their license. It's not under Ween's license. It's not under Alliance license. It's under their ND license.
Yeah.
And that's my opinion on that, but anyway. Go ahead, whoever else.
Does any of the commissioners have any questions? I mean, we do have one person want to do public comment, but we would like to finish the presentation first.
Yeah.
This isn't so much, well, I guess it could be, but have y'all ever, or are y'all entertaining the thought of bringing in some mid-levels to handle the hospitalist side, the floors, and then possibly, there's another way you can kind of save some money there. And we could probably up our admits too, But I'm just curious if y'all have been discussing that.
Yeah, we talked about that. We hadn't went into detail, with Dr. Conrad as well, because he's the medical director. But, some hospitals do have mid-levels, that cover the inpatient. They also cover the ED as well. So that's something that we want to really get into and increase our base of coverage here. You might have to look at that mid-level, bringing them in. Somebody that specialized really in working in the ED area. And I know that Taylor County, Doctors Memorial in Taylor County, they went to the same particular model. They had a contractual group in there. Apparently that group didn't do what they needed to do. They got kind of like rid of that particular group. And so what they do, they have a physician groups. The physicians are independent contractors under them, but they also have mid-levels that work in their ED as well as their inpatient. I think they work in the ED too, though. Yeah, both of them.
The thing I'm getting at is I've, a little birdie that ain't too far down the road, I think they fired, they laid off all their mid-levels. So I'm quite sure you could probably scoop some up.
Okay, yeah, I probably need to find out who that birdie is, because that's, in mid-levels, they do a good job.
I'm gonna be honest with you. In most cases, mid-levels, I would trust more so than a doctor that just got a medical school. Because most of those mid-levels have been working in the medical field and primarily in emergency rooms and stuff like that for years, and then they decided to go and become practitioners. They've seen way more than that wet behind the ear, young doctor that just walked out. Now, obviously, he's got the book part of it that's up to date, book smart-wise, but as far as, putting their hands on the body and practicality of it, they catch more than what those younger MDs do. And I'm not saying people shouldn't be a doctor and everybody should be mid-level, but, I mean, there's value in having mid-levels.
Yeah, and in some of your bigger cities, they have a lot of mid-levels in the ED, and many times you do that because you can increase access to care. You really can, spread your coverage out with your particular ED. We just we never done it here in Franklin County, but that's something that we'll look at also.
So I want to ask a question. When you say mid-level, you're talking about
nurse practitioners.
Practitioners with PAs.
Okay.
Sorry
I just
about
wanted to make sure. I thought that's what you were talking about, but I just want to make sure.
To be honest, down the road, most of their they run their ER with mid-levels and doctors. Now they're contracting out their physicians now, since the corporate has bought out and whatnot. I'm not trying to sit here and chastise anybody, but they have trended away from their mid-levels, so they're not there anymore. And you can take mid-levels and make them their hospitalists that would handle everything on the med-surg side, and then use your MDs for the ER. Am I correct?
Correct, yeah, you're absolutely correct about that. And so, so really, right now, we're just trying to get everything together so we can continue to work things smoothly, so we don't have any interruption of services. The other thing you have to do, you have to go out for RFP and look at a group to come in, like we had Southland, and then that may take a minute, but right now, immediacy, we're trying to get things done, work out. And like I said, in Taylor County, I talked to the CEO over there about the model that they're using, same model we were using. They're very, very happy with the model. Dr. Redfield, I don't know if he's our medical emergency director for EMS. He's their medical director over there in Taylor County. And they pretty much like that particular model. But they have a blended model, mid-levels and ED.
So I guess the question, Mr. Chairman, and could you just refer to Doctors Memorial, which is under Alliant, right? I guess the question is, will these doctors be Weems employees or Alliant employees?
They'll be Weems employees, and right now at Doctors Memorial, they're Doctors Memorial employees. So they'll be Weems Memorial Hospital employees, and only employees at Weems that works for Alliant is myself. Then the interim person.
But technically, they'll just be subcontractors.
Yeah,
They won't be an employee.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, they'll be a subcontractor, just like anything else, like we have our IT
We're going to have separate contracts with each doctor is what I'm understanding going forward.
Yeah,
But my confusion is, Mr. Chairman, and I may be having a blonde moment here, what's the purpose of this presentation today if they're going to be subcontractors? I mean, you just...
Yeah, well, anything over $50,000, the hospital board has to come and get approval. Now, if it wasn't over $50,000, we won't have to come get approval for that. The hospital board can make that decision. And then if they were Weems employees, then we won't have to do that either. But then that's what I was told, that we have to come.
So basically, how many doctors do y'all have? How many?
It'll be 6 doctors. We have 2 doctors that work 10 days a week, 10 days out of the month. We have 1 doctor that work 5 days, another work 2 days, and another that make work 3 or 1. So we have about 6 physicians that we're looking at that we currently have. And then we have another one that works like once every 6 months, something like that, 1 day a month.
So with those 6 doctors, is that this price that we, $128 without the USI fee, is that $21,000 per doctor, or how does that work? And that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, the malpractice, it goes by also, and David, you can help me out here because I'm not the expert on this part. It goes by also, the different medical histories of the physicians. So sometimes it can be lower, sometimes it can be higher. It all depends, But if you look at it, I did the math. It's like $25,000 each for each doctor, just doing the math. But David, you want to come talk more about it?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Yeah, I think and maybe if I walk through this, it may help, put some clarity around what David's mentioning here. And just to back up a minute on the malpractice, this really is, the Weems Hospital is already under a malpractice policy. And that policy renewed, I think it was September the 1st, if I'm not mistaken. And this really is an extension to that policy. So that policy is already in place. This is the incremental increase to our current malpractice policy for the hospital, which covers the hospital. So bringing these providers under contract, which is why we do have to come before the commissioners, bringing these providers under contract, which Attorney Schuler is reviewing those contracts. And to Commissioner Amoson's point, each provider, they won't be employed, they will be contracted with the hospital. So bringing those providers under contract, the incremental increase to our current malpractice policy is going to be about $128,000 on an annual basis. That's, again, it's an incremental increase to the current policy that's in place today. I hope that makes, puts a little clarity around the malpractice side of it.
Money.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, may I say something? I had a conversation with Mr. David about 2 weeks ago. You were on the plane coming back from Louisville. And I was concerned when you, go ahead and get up here, Mr. David. I was concerned when you told me that the doctors coming out from underneath the Southland group were being approached by other facilities around here. Now, what concerns me is the lack of doctors. And why I'm saying that is, are you all gonna put anything in that contract as far as a non-compete clause to where it protects Franklin County as far as the doctors go? Because if we don't get a certain amount of doctors, we can't keep that hospital open. You see what I'm saying? Am I not right?
Yeah, and just talk, now legally, I guess Attorney Schuler have to answer this.
Well, I'm the one that brought up the non-compete
Yeah,
clause.
because non-compete, I don't think.
I'm not as dumb as what I look.
Yeah, I don't think we can do a non-compete because they're not our employees, you know.
Can't you do that through a contract?
Independent contractor.
Can't you do that through a contract, Mr. Schuler?
Yeah.
I think so.
Because I had a non-compete.
See?
Could
You
y'all-
had a non-compete.
I'm sorry, but could y'all clarify what you're talking about with a non-compete? I mean, in other words, you can't work there and then work elsewhere?
Yeah, so for example, and I'm just gonna throw this out there, and this has to do with me, nothing but what we're talking about. When I worked for a DME company, I had to sign a contract, because I was a subcontractor, that I could not, if I got fired or quit that company, I could not work for another DME company for X amount of years. Or I could work, nor could I work for another competing company while I was employed or a subcontractor for that company I was working for. So basically, if they sign a non-compete, they can't go to Sacred Heart, they can't go to TMH, they can't go to wherever to work. They have to work. But I know a lot of doctors, that's how they make their money. They do work other areas.
I believe some of our doctors
So-
we have right now work at multiple
Yes,
hospitals.
yes.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a catch-22, but, I mean, I understand what you're saying too, but, you know, it might be detrimental to us from getting doctors if they're only gonna be allowed to work only at Wings. That's my only concern.
I was just wondering if it was ever looked at.
Yeah, Attorney Schuler and I talked about it. And so, and, you know, we did, go ahead, you have information on that? I'm sorry. You have any information about non-competes with independent contractors?
Well,
Because I had this conversation with Mr. Schuler too.
we don't have doctors that are there full-time from what I was just hearing. You've got doctors
10 days a week,
I mean,
5 days a
they're
week,
obviously
2 days a week,
working
3
somewhere
days
else.
a
They're
week.
not living off 10 days
Yeah.
worth of work. So
Well, he
I
was
don't
put-
think that they are subject currently to a non-compete, because it does sound to me, and I'm reading between the lines here, but I just don't see anybody working 10 days and then taking 20 days off. So to me, that
Yeah.
indicates they're working somewhere else. One of the doctors said it was there 2 days a week. So, and then legally, I mean, courts don't really favor non-compete clauses. They have to be very narrowly tailored to a geographic area and limited in time. So I really wouldn't recommend at this point putting a non-compete clause in the contracts, in part because it may inhibit our ability, as I believe was just mentioned, to get providers to come down
Well,
to our
that's
hospital.
why I asked the question. That's
Yes,
why I
ma'am.
asked the question.
Yes,
though.
ma'am. That would be my 2 cents worth.
So, Mr. David, where do you expect to get this money for, the extra money for, you know, I'm gonna ask you.
Yeah,
Where
well-
do you expect to get this money to pay the extra money that we're gonna have for the doctor's malpractice insurance?
Yeah, and I'll bring, let David, I'm gonna have David Bowling walk through it, but my thought is that, you know, the ED, they do billing. We bill insurances like we do anything else, you know, so we're looking to, you know, really capture additional funding, you know, through the ED billing. Right now, the hospital bill a part of the ED visit. When the doctors come on board, we'll be able to bill a global billing, one whole bill, and we'll be able to bill the other piece of that ED billing service that Southland did before. And so we're looking favorably that we can look at those resources there and capture that money to offset our expenses. And so let's have David Bowling just walk through that performer, and then we can have a conversation about that.
Yeah, and Commissioners, you should have a copy of that pro forma. I think it was provided to everyone, but just kind of walking through, and this is how the hospital will be able to generate the funding to be able to help, obviously pay these incremental costs that they're going to be experiencing. So just starting at the top and kind of walking down this, and this is something David referenced, the professional collections. So what we base this pro forma on is, and we worked very closely with Southland on this, and we appreciate them basically opening up and sharing a lot of information with us. But based on the historical, when I say historical, the last 12 months of collections on a per visit basis that Southland was able to collect on the professional services that they were providing here, we took that same level of rate and applied it to our ER visits for the hospital as well. So the net professional collections, again, this will be the billings that the hospital will be able to, would anticipate receiving for the professional billing associated with these providers, and that's roughly $480,000. And Commissioner Ward, the reason why the hospitalist is broken out separately in this situation is because it is reimbursed separately, and they're paid differently as well. So that's why we had both columns in this situation. But combined collections for the services that will be billed under Weems is anticipated to be around $480,000+ between both the emergency room and the hospital's professional billing. So that should be cash on an annualized basis that would come into the organization. Now, kind of stepping down though, looking at the expenditures, again, cash that's going to go out of the organization to pay for these services. You'll see the compensation that is anticipated to be under contract with these providers. The incremental insurance, malpractice insurance, and as I referenced earlier, the malpractice is already in place for the hospital. This is just the incremental add to that current policy by these providers coming under the Weems contract. And as a matter of fact, if we got, as this was published, we got the actual numbers, and I think David actually shared that as well, and that should be in your packet. The malpractice is actually going to come in around $128,000, so very close to this $132,000 that was put in the pro forma. Obviously, there's going to be some coding and billing costs since the hospital will be providing that service versus what Southland had done previously, so we'll have that additional cost. And you can see the total expenses when you look at what the providers are going to earn, the incremental increase to the malpractice, the coding and billing associated with doing the professional collections. You can see the total expenses anticipated, and that's around, as you can see, 1.3, 1.3 to just under $1.4 million, which leaves a delta between what you bill and collect versus what you have to pay out of roughly $900,000. Okay, now what is down below the current annual subsidy? That's what we were currently paying the Southland Group. That was the Southland Group's. That money, obviously, we no longer have to pay that out, right? So that's monies the hospital will no longer have to pay since these providers will be under Weems contract, and Weems will be providing the coding and billing and all the different services that I just mentioned. So that money is a savings to the hospital since they're not having to pay that out. And Commissioner Jones, I mean, that's basically why when you reference the savings of just $11,000, that's how we walk through the math. So collections, what we anticipate collecting on billing the services, less what we anticipate paying for the services, plus the add back of the monies we no longer have to pay to the Southland Group to get to that net overall savings. And as Mr. Walker referenced, we do anticipate some I won't go into so much weeds here, but we do anticipate some additional monies that the hospital can generate through this process. It does involve the critical access status of the hospital, involves the Medicare cost report. It involves the available time that these providers will be providing. As we can see, the hospital does roughly 12 to 13 ER visits a day. Obviously, we got a staff 24 hours a day, so there is what is considered time not spent with patients, obviously,
So that time not spent with patients can be captured through the cost report process, which generates additional reimbursement. That's not factored into this pro forma. So that's what I'm getting to. There's additional dollars and so forth that can be earned for the hospital through this process. But again, I'm open to answer any questions related to this. Again, as I mentioned earlier, Southland was very open to share with us that collections history, obviously the provider comp situation, which we hope to get under contract as Attorney Schuler has reviewed those contracts. Commissioner Sanders, we did look at that non-compete situation and discuss that, with Attorney Schuler as well. And but again, these asks that we're putting in front of the county today is obviously the incremental increase that will occur with the malpractice and the contracts that Attorney Schuler has reviewed to get in place with these actual providers.
Commissioners, you have any questions for Mr. Bowling?
Mr. Bowling.
Yes, sir.
Let's talk about Southland. I think it was last meeting when they was here, right? Or, yes.
Southland was,
right?
yes, sir.
Why didn't they disclose this information then? Can y'all answer that?
Disclose this pro forma?
Yeah.
I don't think Southland has seen the actual.
Or,
pro forma.
this the whole insurance.
The insurance situation, from Southland's standpoint, again, I can't speak from their standpoint around that, but I know the insurance wasn't, the insurance dollar amount wasn't fully known yet at that time, which again is why this estimate has 132. That was the preliminary, but as they were, going through the policy negotiations and what have you, and review, that's when I guess the full number wasn't really known yet. But Mr. Cream, I'm not sure why, again, the insurance wasn't brought up in the last discussion. I have a question, Mr. Bowling. So you said earlier that Weems is paying malpractice. Well, that's on the hospital side. That is correct. This 128,000 annual, 132. Right. Is that in addition to what the hospital pays, or is this what we are going to have to pay for the doctors? It will be the additional amount the hospital will have to pay on their current policy. Okay. Their current policy is already in effect. It's in effect, September 1st. But this will be the incremental increase to the current policy by bringing these providers under contract with us. So how is that different than Southland? Did Southland pay? Because I guess Southland as an entity paid. They had malpractice as an entity, right, which covered the providers in that situation. But Weems was still paying malpractice insurance based on. That is correct. Weems is still paying a malpractice insurance for the hospital. Yeah. So why are we having to pay for the again? I'm just trying to understand the whole malpractice insurance thing, because again, if Weems is paying it already to cover them, why are we're having to come up with an additional 128,000 annually for their malpractice individually? Why are we, if they're subcontractors, paying their insurance?
Okay, let me go back. Okay, we have our own professional liability insurance, all right, as a hospital. And so we have physicians that contract with us, like Dr. Conrad, to watch over the clinics. We have the EMS director, Dr. Redfield. We have our lab director. We cover them anyway. Now, the Southland physicians, we were not covering them with our existing policy. Dr. Hart Group was covering those physicians to work in our facility.
But I understand that. Yeah. But my question is, again, why should we have to pay?
Because they'll be our independent contractors now.
But again, Mr. Walker, I'm not trying to belabor the point, but can we negotiate in the contract these doctors paying because as doctors, they're billing these patients themselves and getting fees themselves for seeing. No, that's not how that works.
No. We'll be getting the fees. Because
I know, believe me, I just gotten a lot a lot of bills, and it seemed like I was paying every doctor in addition to. So they pay their own. They have their own. Like a radiologist, I had to pay a radiologist to look at my X-ray of my ankle. So that's my question. That's where I'm not. It's not making sense to me.
Okay, so let me just go into David. You're the financial person. The visits that the doctors do,
we would get that money from that. So they'll, they would not be billing anything on their own. The way it is now, Southland, the visits that the doctors do, Southland get a portion of that visit, and we get a portion of that visit also, as a hospital, right now. But now, when they work with us independently, we'll be getting all. I'm not gonna say all. We'll be getting the money.
100%.
Yeah, we'll be getting 100% of the money that the doctors are doing the work for. It's like your nurse practitioner, not nurse practitioner, but anybody else on the independent service. They'll do the service, we pay them, but then we'll collect all the billing for that.
Well, will it be billed in one bill?
It'll be one global bill now. Because right
Instead-
now, what you have 2 bills.
I understand what we have because I have a son that took his daughter out there and he got a bill from the ER. And then he turned around and got a bill from Southland.
Yeah.
And I had to explain that to him. And as a young 20-something-year-old, he wasn't real thrilled with the bill.
Yeah.
But what I'm getting at is instead of having 2 separate bills, it would come as one.
One bill.
And would that be covered with
Yeah,
the critical care access?
That one bill will cover the visit.
So we'll get the reimbursement
Yeah.
from our critical
Yes.
care on the physician too.
Yes.
Now, my question is back whenever Southland was invoicing separately, or are right now, because we're still there, but does the critical care access reimburse Southland, or did they just have to eat the bill?
Look.
No, the Southland, and back to Commissioner Ward's comment, Southland was doing their own billing, so they were billing the providers themselves, so they were collecting what they were under contract to collect. It had nothing to do with the critical access situation for them.
I guess what my question is, Mr. Bowen,
Yes, sir.
is that by it being one bill from the hospital now,
Yeah,
that we then would be able to get that reimbursement.
that's correct.
From
Well,
all of it.
Absolutely. So what you'll have, there's really 2 components inside that, right? You'll have the critical access reimbursement for the hospital side of the ER. The professional side of this, which will be the providers providing their service, that'll be, we'll be able to bill for that service as well. So the hospital will get paid for the professional service, and they'll get paid for the what's called the technical service, or the service provided at the hospital. Critical access provides the reimbursement on the hospital side. The professional side is paid through the contracts, that'll be in place with the payers and the government as well. What I referenced earlier, though, the plus to this model, which again is not factored in this pro forma, and it's kind of where I think where you're going with this too, is that we will be able to capture the providers what they call standby time, available time when they're not caring for patients because we got to staff 24 hours. We'll be able to capture that additional time through the critical access cost reporting process and get additional reimbursement related to that time. So that's not factored in these numbers at all. I hope that puts maybe a little bit of clarity around your ask. I mean, again, Southland, did their own billing, got paid their own services. That's what when you see this net professional collections number, that basically is a number that we got from Southland based on what they were doing.
And currently the physicians do not carry their own malpractice. Southland provides that.
Southland provides that for them. This again, on the malpractice is Southland's providing that under the Southland entity. Weems is providing, our coverage through Weems. And again, this is just an incremental increase by bringing those providers under Weems. It is going to have an incremental increase to the hospital's current policy. So again, that's my question. So we're not paying 2 separate malpractice premiums? If we once we roll this under inside and have these contracts established with these providers, no, we will have just our one overall policy to cover everything. I think this, for me, and I want to speak on behalf of the commission, I think this performance, and I appreciate you doing this, but it's kind of confusing me thinking that this is what we're paying, and I know it is what we're paying, but it's kind of like what we're paying versus what the doctors are paying. And I have a problem with, if you're a subcontractor, you as a subcontractor should be incurring some cost. Basically, because you're a subcontractor, you're not, as the chairman was stating earlier, not an employee. Right. That where most employees are covered because they are employees of that facility. or entity, but when you're a subcontractor, you, as a subcontractor, incur cost. And that's what I was trying to understand and wrap my head around, is how this is different than Southland and what they were doing, because it is different, but I'm just trying to make sure that we're not paying something that we
Right.
should be paying.
Well, thinking about this logic, under Southland, each of these providers were independent contractors with Southland, but Southland carried their malpractice. So Southland was paying these providers an independent contractor rate. Same concept we're going to be doing. We're going to pay these providers the independent contractor rate, and we're having an incremental increase to our professional liability due to bringing them under contract.
So
Is that, again, so
it was
Southland's
similar but
paying.
different, though.
Well,
It was. So you're talking about somebody that was running a company,
Right,
a private company,
that's right,
and now you're talking about a hospital that's subsidized with tax dollars.
yeah.
So that's a whole different conversation.
Sure, sure.
Because I guess I think Commissioner Ward and I are on the same thing. We're just maybe not communicating effectively. By what it looks like we're doing, we can say they're independent contractors. You can call them whatever you want to. I don't care about the vernacular. We're saying they're independent contractors, but we're treating them like they're employees. That's kind of where I'm running into.
By paying their malpractice insurance and by paying these fees, it's not
So,
to interrupt, but.
It's like if the board, and just explanation, it's like the board, if you guys were paying insurance for all the vendors and contractors you have doing services for the board, Dewberry, I could go and pull different, you don't pay their insurance, so so I think that's why you guys are having a hard time, and I get it, I see what you guys are saying.
Misunderstanding,
Yeah, wrapping your hands around this, like, wait a minute here, you know what I mean? Why are we paying this for, it's like we're paying it for them, is what it sounds like,
Right.
it's what's happening. And they should be covering that on their own, as part of them doing business. The cost of business, that's what I'm hearing,
That's like when I brought up about
Ms. Gill,
where the money.
hold on just a second. Ms. Gill, I will get you.
Yeah.
I'm trying to make sure they're finished with what they're,
Yeah.
I'm not ignoring you. I will get you.
Yeah.
Anyway, what I was saying is, because you don't never know, there may be a shortfall. What I was trying to get out of y'all is where the money's coming from.
Yeah.
Is it coming from billing, hospital operations, which hospital operations is funded 50% or more, but I don't know for sure, of the hospital trust fund. So that's where I'm
Sure.
trying to
Well,
get from it, because we took, just so you'll know where I'm coming from, we took the ambulance service out from underneath the hospital, and now y'all have replaced it with the doctors,
Yeah.
and it's costing a little bit more, I think, this time.
Well-
But, I wanted to know where the money was
Sure.
coming from to pay if there's a shortfall.
Right. Well, basically, Commissioner Sanders, there in this pro forma, there is no shortfall. We were already paying out that bottom number, the subsidy number. We were already paying that out of hospital operations. So now we no longer have to pay that out, right?
Okay.
So that was coming out of hospital operations. That top number is monies that we're now going to be able to collect as well. So the money we no longer have to pay out for that subsidy agreement, plus that money we're going to be billing and collecting, that's, again, hospital operations. That's the monies we should be able to utilize out of hospital operations to pay for the providers in this incremental increase in insurance.
Well, and I guess it comes from years of negotiations through different things and services out at the hospital, and every time you turned around, they were coming to ask for more money, And it just kind of makes you have that feeling about yourself.
Yeah.
And I was just making sure. So you're saying that it's gonna, due to this pro forma, that's what they're gonna be bound to, and that's what it's gonna be?
Yes, it should, absolutely. As long as we can get, again, these providers under contract, and as long as, and again, we have the policy renewal, or we have the policy number, it's now 128,000. And again, just clarity around that malpractice, I know it's caused a little bit of confusion and a lot of discussion about it, but you know, it covers while these providers are providing service at Weems. That's why it has an incremental increase. So these providers going elsewhere, and again, that's why they're independent contractors too. They're not employees. They're covering, in essence, their own, you know, there's no payroll taxes and anything associated with that. We're paying them for a service, and that service that they're providing at Weems' incremental increase on our professional liability will go up because they're providing that service for us.
Yeah, let me just say something, Dave. Going back, as independent contractors, usually we want to keep the rates, what we have with our providers now. But usually what will happen, if they pay their own malpractice, then we can negotiate with them, but then they'll probably charge us a higher rate hourly, pretty much to cover from that. And that's what normally usually happens when you have independent contractors that are carrying additional insurance. They bake their costs into that, hourly rate that we're paying them, per se. And then going back to, I know years ago, hospital always came back for, payroll assistance, since I've been as hospital CEO, I guess since Chairman Jones been chairman, I don't think we came for that. So we're continuing to try to manage our budget, appropriately. Now you still may have a extreme circumstance, major hurricanes, things like that can happen like that. But we'll continue to do what we can to manage our budget, the best of our ability. And I just want to put that out there. So, Mr. Chairman, I guess at the end of the day, we were already paying Southland $908,280 for the services of these physicians. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Southland was paying the malpractice insurance. Right. So essentially, we're not having to pay Southland $908,000. So basically what you're saying is we're actually saving money by not going that route. But again, and I get that, but I just still have a problem with the whole malpractice insurance thing. It doesn't make sense to me. But I guess that's just something that I'm going to have to, I don't know. Yeah. So, but at the end of the day, that's all we're talking about here essentially is, obviously we don't want to, inhibit any services that for our citizens to have the ER staffed with doctors. But I just have always been the type of, if you're an independent contractor, you should pay for your own insurance. But I digress. I'm
Mr. Chairman.
taught that to death.
Yes.
I got another question. The coding and billing cost, are we going to have to hire somebody?
We're not. No, sir. We got, currently the hospital has that service being provided by TrueBridge, the relationships that's already in place. So we're just going to utilize the relationship that's already in place. To do that.
Basically that line item right there of
Yes,
coding
sir.
and billing, we can just subtract that?
No.
Well, I'm asking you. I mean,
No,
you're factoring in, that's what they're going to charge us to.
No, they're going to charge us. That's why it's
Yeah.
factored in there, right? But to answer, the question, we're not hiring any additional employees, right? This is a contractor providing a service. So, and again, it's based on a percentage of our actual collections. So as our collections on services go up, right, that cost goes up because it's a
I
percentage
understand.
of. Yep.
The point I'm getting to is that Southland is a company.
That's great.
And obviously they want to make a profit.
That's great.
So, and if I'm not mistaken, and this is not directed to any individual doctors or anything like that, so don't take this the wrong way. And I don't know the doctor that owns Southland personally or anything, but what I'm getting at is just strictly from a business standpoint. You mean to tell me that company operated on $11,000 profit a year?
Now, again, I've not seen his
Well,
profit
let
and loss
me ask you
statements,
this way.
but
Are
I
the
can-
doctors, are the physicians, are we paying them more in our contract?
No.
Because
no,
that's
no.
hard
No,
for me to
we're-
believe that, that somebody's that charitable. I mean.
That's correct, and I'll walk through this again. So they got this collections number that you're seeing on this sheet, again, was the collections per visit number that they provided over the last 12 months. So, I didn't personally audit the records, but I trusted the information that was provided that says this is, and again, from a comparability standpoint of seeing other hospitals and seeing what their per visit is, that is comparable. Now, as David referenced, the provider compensation and the provider agreements, we are looking to mirror exactly the rate of pay and so forth for the providers that Southland was providing as well. So
to kind of sum it back to your original ask there, from a margin standpoint, again, I can't personally say what Southland's margin was with the relationship here at Weems, but just by walking through this math and this conservative pro forma, again, it doesn't appear to be a lot here.
I'm going to
at
be
this
honest with you,
relationship.
that something smells fishy, because from what we were told at the last meeting,
Yeah.
I believe that, is it Dr. Hart?
Yeah.
Well, his daughter or his wife was doing the billing, and she was a salary employee.
They're not-
The math ain't mathing on that. I mean, it should be a bigger savings than $11,000.
Well, I mean, it's
Undoubtedly, we're adding something from somewhere else, and I'm trying to figure out where it's at.
yeah, whether the malpractice incremental for us is in there, obviously that's, and again, they covered that as a organization.
No, I understand that, but he had to incur that
yeah.
expense as well.
Yeah, so that's correct.
Yeah.
That is correct. And again, and we can, I mean, I don't mind at all. I mean, I know probably not in this setting here, but sitting down with you and kind of walking exactly through a lot of the records that we were able to obtain. I mean, we have no reason to suspect or state that this, for us, I mean, just quite frankly speaking, I mean, we hope that collections number, that top number, is going to increase, which again is a benefit for this county and this hospital. That expense number that's in the middle of this, we hope that holds where it's at, because that's what we've been able to successfully keep in place and negotiate in place. So again, we hope that top number, that collections number, does increase for the hospital, which again, end of the day, it does generate a bigger savings here, an opportunity. So that would be our goal, and that's why I said earlier, there is some reimbursable dollars that's not factored in here yet, because again, quite frankly, it's unknown. But we do know that some of those reimbursable dollars for the hospital will go up because of critical access reimbursement. But that's not in this pro forma. This pro forma was just again meant to represent what the collections we anticipate receiving. Also share with you the money that we know that's going out the door, and the money we know that we got to put under contract with this transition.
Let me just say this right quick. I mean, no more than we're saving $11,000. Wouldn't we be better off just to go and have a discussion with another medical or doctor group and get a quote from them? And I mean, is there enough sugar for that dime, so to speak?
Yeah. Again, like I said, we can take it out of this setting if you like and walk through some of the individual numbers with that. But our recommendation would be to move with this transition, with this agreed rates that's been provided to us for these providers, versus opening that up to bids for others.
Let me just say this right.
And again, you got really solid, providers that's been servicing this community for.
And I agree with that,
years,
but I'm just saying, it just, we still have people to answer to.
Yeah.
That's why
That's
I'm
great.
asking these questions, because
You have
we're gonna have $11,000 savings by doing our own work after
Right.
we've been paying a company
Right.
for
Typically,
years. It just don't.
Yeah,
that
typically-
don't add up, David.
Let
I'm
me
just
just
saying.
add, let me add this also, Commissioner. Southland, you remember for years, they did not go up on their rates with us. I think they started in 2011. I think they probably went up their rates maybe 2019. Now, I had some other conversations with some other CEOs about what they're paying their ED groups, and I hate to say it right now, it was way more than what we're paying per se here. And I know that David Bowling and Michael Kozar, they know what the other hospitals are paying as well, per se. And so that's why right now, we believe that our rates are better. And then the 11,000 savings, I think it probably can go up to about 50,000, but I'm not the CFO, but, really up to 11, about after we do all the cost savings measures in the billing, that rate may go up a little bit more for our savings. But I know for a fact that we probably would be paying more for an outside ED group to come in, but that's something still we can take a look at. But I know David Bowling and Michael Kozar, they deal with other hospitals and other hospital ED groups per se. And like I said, last weekend, I asked the two CEOs how much they were paying, and it was way more than what I'm paying. But I hate to put that all on record, because my physicians now may want to
up the cost on it.
Mr. Chairman, all that being said, is it normal practice for these companies to pay for the doctor's individual's malpractice insurance premiums?
Yeah, most, like, when I talked to the CEO in Taylor County, I think that's what they're doing. I know they're probably doing that in other hospitals.
And yes, I mean, to answer your question, because again, it's really to cover Weems.
But you just said we're paying.
While they're providing service at Weems.
But why are we, I'm
That's what I'm
sorry, I'm
saying.
just, it might be best if we do,
Yeah.
I know we need to, for the record, have our
Sure.
public know, because as Commissioner Amison, we do, but I could
Right.
probably go another hour just with questions and concerns
Yeah.
that I have on this subject.
Right. I
Personally.
mean, there's a lot of, and Commissioner
So
Ward, and I'd be
the
glad to.
issue is, Commissioners, if I may, the problem is the short notice, because it took, my opinion, it was too short of notice because
And that's not
needed-
y'all's fault.
Yeah, they need an opportunity to sit with you guys and say, okay, where do we go from here?
Yeah.
Have more one-on-one discussions, and
Yeah.
then we would have, I think it'd have been a better, more productive discussion. But
Sure.
we're almost asking questions and trying to feel our way out, and it's like we're against this time
Yeah.
crunch, basically, and this is not being productive for anybody, Commissioners. I'm sorry. It's not.
And I'm of the thinking that after we grasp a hold of it, just imagine what the public's gonna
Yes.
think. And I would think, after we can understand about, maybe, because to me, this is a big issue, maybe we can have a public meeting on it to discuss it to where the public understands what's going on.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah.
Well,
that's-
I think if I can add
15 days?
to, I mean, you got a committed, had a committed group here for years. I think well liked group, and again, the group per se is in concept as a company, his name is going away, but the providers that were inside that group that have provided that care are going to continue to provide that care here. And rather than them being under the paper, we'll call it paper, of Southland, they're going to be now under the paper of Weems. There probably was some margin built in, I would imagine, of running a company. We hope to pick up that margin, and again, that's why we hope that top number, this collections number, does improve or increase. There are some other opportunities we are looking at, as I mentioned earlier, about the cost reporting side of it. But again, we don't anticipate, and again, the math behind this, and the reason why we wanted to bring this forward to the county is we wanted to make sure that folks understood this is not an unfavorable transition. This is a favorable, albeit a small savings, but we hope that savings does increase. So I guess the key takeaway is it's not unfavorable financially making this transition. It's not unfavorable. If that helps or makes any sense there. We're not going to be out any more monies per se than what we are today.
Do you want to repeat that?
Yes, we're not going to be out any more monies than what we are today with the
Okay.
anticipated collections that's coming in.
I got you. Well, we do have public comment. Let's do that before the board takes any action.
Thank you, Gail Rigglemeyer. Appreciate the opportunity to speak. I want to caution you, I've been a business consultant for over 30 years. I've run my own business. And the federal government is what dictates who a 1099 is and who an employee is. And there are very, very clear distinctions between the two. An employee gets their salary, their benefits, the employer pays for their computers, they have to be, the employer can mandate they attend meetings. All these things are in the domain of an employee-employer relationship. Under the 1099 classification, as an independent contractor, all of that goes away. The contractor, just like what Commissioner Jessica said, an independent contractor bills whoever they're providing their services to. Part of their billing includes their time and then whatever expenses they have to run their business. In my case, as an independent contractor to my clients, I pay for my own computer. They don't mandate me attending meetings. They cannot control me in any way. Over these 30 years I've been in business, there have been employers who have treated 1099s as employees. And when the government found out about it, they were slapped with heavy, heavy fines. And not only the fines at that moment, but they went retroactive to when that employer was breaking the rules or the laws. So everything you all have said and where you're going with this is absolutely spot on. The proper way for this to work, according to the legal 1099s, these doctors would pay for their own malpractice, build that into their cost of services to Weems. And yes, their rate will go up because now they're paying for their own insurance. So it's kind of like either they pay for it and build it into their service fees, or you pay for it and now you're breaking the federal laws, treating them like a employee because that's their expense, not your expense. Think of it like this. Forgotten Coast TV, they're an independent contractor to this board, correct, to film these meetings? Do you pay for any of their expenses? No. Same thing with Dewberry Engineers. Isn't that your engineering firm? Do you pay for any of their expenses? No. They provide you a bill for their services. Built into that are their employee fees, salaries, all their expenses, and then you pay their bill. This is no different. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I will say this, I had a discussion with someone in the medical field, very close, about 4 years ago. And they made the comment to me about the physicians at Weems. A lot of them, I guess it's more attractive to Weems because they paid their malpractice insurance. Now all of this makes sense to me, what they said.
Okay.
I didn't understand it back then when he told me that, but I mean, I see why.
Yeah. That's why we.
Attorney Schuler,
Yes, sir.
Technically, Southland was paying their malpractice insurance.
Yeah.
We was just getting.
if you know, if you don't, we definitely need to be informed today. What is the termination provision of this contract with Dr. Hart's group?
I don't know if he's sent written notice, but the
Exactly.
contract has a 30-day notice of termination without cause.
So until we receive that written notice, we're still not on the clock, correct?
Have we received written notice of termination, David?
We haven't received written notice, just verbal.
Okay.
It's,
So I feel like it's being kind of rushed, and I feel like I'm buying a used car, and it don't feel good.
And I know how you feel, and please, we're not trying to shoot the messenger.
No,
What y'all
not at
gotta
all.
realize is that
Not at all.
we're
Just trying to be responsible.
Yeah.
all right, Mr. Chairman, what it says on page 11 in Article 6 of the 2011 contract, which to my knowledge was only amended once in 2023, according to the records I have available to me. The amendment in 2023 did not change this. It basically changed the amount of reimbursements. Termination says, termination by agreement. Both the hospital and provider have the absolute and unconditional right to terminate this agreement with or without cause upon the provision of 30 calendar days notice in writing to the other party. There are two other subsections. One's termination for specific breaches, which I'm not aware of any facts that would lead to termination for a specific breach. Termination on notice of default. I'm not aware of any default that has occurred.
Right.
And we haven't received a 30-day notice. So, I mean, the county hasn't defaulted on any provision that I'm aware of. So, but there is a much shorter 5-day notice of termination in the event of default. So, to my understanding, that is those are the termination provisions of our contract with Southland. Let me just double check the 2023 amendment to make sure my memory is correct, that it had nothing to do with the termination.
While you're looking,
No,
the
sir,
reason I'm
it did
asking
not.
is I want to make sure that we all knew, and the public knows the terms here, because as I understand it, as we're talking about it now, we're having a discussion about what we need to change, but we're still not under any kind of clock because it hasn't been terminated yet. So we're still under contract with Dr. Hart, good, bad, or indifferent. It is a 30-day termination provision, as you've just enumerated and read out to the public, based on a written response saying that they want to terminate. We have not done that.
That is my understanding of the
Okay.
contract, sir.
All right, so, Mr. Bolin, I have a couple of questions. And I'm not trying to be any way, but I am trying to make these numbers make sense, because they do not. If we're going, that's why I asked you to repeat yourself a while ago, and again, it wasn't attacking on you, but these numbers don't make sense. Let me tell you what I'm getting at. If the current annual subsidy, what we're paying Dr. Hart, is $908,000,
Yes, sir.
and he's paying anywhere close to the 132 that we're looking at paying for malpractice, then that means he was getting 776 minus the insurance. We are looking at the provider base compensation of 1.1 million. That's an additional $365,000. So these are not comparable. The other thing that's missing here is we have what collections we might receive. We do not have included any kind of numbers that would show what we would now also collect on insurance, because we would be the one providing the billing, and whatever is covered from the collections, there's also going to be insurance monies involved on top of reimbursement costs for being a critical access hospital. So it's incomplete at best, because it doesn't consider all the possible sources of revenue, and it also shows an increase in the fee from what Dr. Hart was receiving at 908. If I understood what you were telling me earlier correctly, he was getting paid 908. We're looking at, before we add any of our fees for taking on the service, moving it up to 1.1 million.
That's correct.
That is an increase. That's about a 15% pay increase. If all this money that's the provider-based comp is going to pay for the doctors.
Sure.
And again, I'm not against the doctors, I'm not against the emergency room, we need them there, but the numbers don't make sense, but please help
Gotcha.
them.
Okay. Well, let me start with the insurance collections. That is the professional collections. That is the insurance collections. So that top number does include what the hospital would anticipate receiving
Okay.
on billing the professional services for
Okay.
these ER providers, again, based on the historical performance that Southland was able to provide us. And let me make this
Yep.
clear as well. We would hope that that number does increase for the hospital
Yep.
through the critical care reimbursement. Again, for that standby time that I referenced earlier, that is not included in here. That is not included, which again, that will help us generate more monies. The provider comp is exactly what the providers are currently under contract with Southland. That is their exact rates factored into this as well. So that is what Southland is paying for those providers today, because that is exactly their rates. Okay? That 900 that you referenced below is what we pay Southland on an annualized basis today. So in essence, what Southland is able to bill, what Southland is paying out, there is a delta. That delta, they bill the hospital, called a subsidy, and we pay that. That delta obviously pays for the malpractice and any other type of administrative and general type services that he may have, or they may have with any staff or anybody they have that's non-provider related.
Yeah.
So I hope that kind of puts a little. And again, I'm more than happy to walk through at any time each of these in depth and even share with you, all the details behind it. I mean, that's. Again, we hope that this increases. I mean, when I say by increases, we hope the savings increase, because we hope that the collections number does improve. That would be our task, our goals here. We hope that we retain and
can sustain these providers that's been under contract for a number of years here. And again, there will be some incremental cost associated with this, but at the end of the day, we see it as a favorable transition for the hospital.
Okay. I'm trying to track you. I'll get there. I do want to ask you one other question, though.
Yes, sir.
Concerning the $132,000 quote,
Yeah.
in the email that's attached, it says it's basically $128.
That's correct.
Then it also adds a fee of $20,000 that I don't see recorded anywhere on this pro forma.
That fee that fee was negotiated after that. That fee is going to get waived. There is no fee for that.
There is no fee.
There is no fee.
Okay, all we can look at is what's in front of us.
Yeah,
That's all I was
correct.
asking.
And that was struck
Okay.
and negotiated after that was sent out.
Okay.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm just, again, I think that's kind of what we're all trying to do. We're just trying to make it make sense.
Yeah,
Seems like we're
understand.
being pushed or rushed. And I can tell you, I did that one time after I got married, and it wound up being the worst bills I've ever had in my life.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to disappoint my wife.
Mhm.
We didn't have a chance to really discuss what we wanted to do. And we took the heat of the person that was trying to push what we needed to do.
Yeah.
And both of us wound up being disgusted before we finished paying off what we got talked into doing. That's what I don't want to have here, because this is the public, these are public dollars involved. It just has to be straight. So please know that it's,
Yeah.
as much as we can, it is actually coming from a good place. We want to be
Absolutely.
responsible.
Absolutely. No, I expect it. And again,
So-
I'm happy to answer any further questions about it.
Okay,
or
so
however-
maybe what we need to do, Attorney Schuler, if and when we do get a written notice, please make sure I'm aware. Mr. Morone, if anything does come up, we might have to call a special meeting to address it. So make sure you confer with people's schedules and see what their best days are if it comes up. You know what I mean? Because we might not be able to wait to a commission meeting to handle something. You might have to handle it in between, or at least start the discussion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let me ask, but knowing that it's coming, if you tell them, well, you want it in writing, you have 30 days, knowing it's coming, how do you want me to reach out to David and David to have individual meetings with you? Because
Yeah.
it's really clear that there needs to be more discussion
Yes.
about this.
So let me be clear that I'm not asking for anything to be in writing. That's not what I'm saying today. I'm saying since it's not, we're not under some kind of rush to do anything. That's what I'm trying to clarify.
Okay.
I'm not trying to draw a line and say, well, if you mean it, send us something. That is not what I'm doing.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry.
That is not what I'm doing.
Yeah, and that's
I'm saying we are not rushed to make a decision today.
today, yeah,
Because we're not even under a clock.
yeah.
But, you know what I mean?
But if
It's
it
out
does
there,
come
but
up,
it's,
yeah.
you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I probably should have led with that, sorry.
No, that's fine. And I get it. I wasn't trying to imply that either. I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure that you guys are going to go ahead and just
Yes.
meet with David and David. Let's go ahead and just start meeting with them. And then you're right, sir. We're going to end up having another discussion here,
I
not
think
in
so.
the distant future. So, yeah.
Yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, again, it's not against
Yeah.
you guys, it's just
Sure.
we are trying to wrap our heads around some numbers, and I know we weren't expecting Southland to back out, but here we are, even though they haven't officially backed out. We're just trying to make sure, again, we're getting our better bang, I said it before, best bang for our buck, and make
Absolutely.
sure the money that we're spending is, our math is mathing, and we're
Sure,
doing what we're supposed to be
sure.
doing.
I'll speak with Dr. Hart tomorrow. He'll be working, because he did say October 1 he was transitioning this, so we'll just tell him that we need a termination notice, just to make sure things are in writing for that, for the board. And then the $900,000, just to go back there, I'm gonna leave it alone. The $900,000 was the subsidy we were paying, but I think the billing that Dr. Hart was doing helped him pay the provider's compensation was 1 point something per year, 1 point something million a year. But anyway, I just want to let you know that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you all.
All right.
Let's see if they're,
Mr. Rowan, is Mr. Weeks
let's see if
here?
they're still there.
Probably at lunch now.
Yeah, might be.
No, there's Robbie, and I'm sure Ken will, and Robbie, you guys, if whoever's going to share, you can go ahead. It's set up for you guys to share your screen. Hey, Ken.
I'm on my phone. I thought that y'all had it.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
there.
you were going to share in a year. And okay, let me see what I can do while you guys start the introduction.
Okay. Good afternoon now, everybody. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate it. I'm gonna pass it over to Kenny to give his introduction, and then me, and then we'll jump into this and make it somewhat entertaining and insightful, and hopefully get you guys out of there pretty quick so everybody can go eat lunch, because y'all been sitting there for a while.
Just to make sure, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent, good. Well, hello everyone. My name is Ken Weeks. This is Robbie Lewis. He and we actually live over in Milton, Florida, outside Pensacola. But for almost 5 years, I actually lived in Apalachicola. There in the city limits, I was going to Weewillhitchka, Port St. Joe, and the Franklin County High School as a drone instructor. And well, I have moved back to the Milton area, but I still have a heart for the Franklin County. In fact, my wife actually does, she does a little bit of business over there, and we wind up in the county pretty often. Well, I got with Mr. Lewis here, and we got to talking, and I had some pretty wild ideas, and he jumped on board with me, and so we are now here to try to bring to you what we're describing as some integration for some unmanned aircraft, something that looks in the way of maybe a drone range. You've probably heard of some of this going around. We've got some answers for you for sure. I know you got some questions. Integration with the county and the different departments that a drone can be used, and then also with advanced air mobility, which is a really big part of the growing FAA's initiative to allow these types of aircraft into the national airspace. And a place that would be a real good spot for it is your airport in your county. So there's a little bit about what I'm doing. I've been in aviation my entire life. I've been in unmanned aviation for the last 10 years on the commercial side of things. I've taught companies and students all across the country. I've instructed folks from Amazon to AT&T, Duke Energy, Verizon, that kind of thing. And so a lot of my experience is on the commercial side of unmanned aviation. And Mr. Lewis, my partner here, he's been in the unmanned military side of the market for the last over 10 years. But I'll let Robbie speak to that.
Yeah, so I'll make this. Can everybody hear me okay? Is that good? All right, fantastic. So I'll wrap up a 21-year Air Force career and hopefully 30 seconds or less. I started out loading bombs. I was born and raised right here in Northwest Florida. I loaded bombs for a long time on B-52s and F-16s. So that gave me a unique maintenance perspective on aircraft. And then 2011, I transitioned over to this cool career field called the MQ-1 Predator Drone Sensor Operator Program. And that's where I kind of got my unmanned legs underneath me. I did that job for about 5 years, and I left active duty and I moved back home here to Florida to join the reserves and be closer to family. I ended up running the Special Operations Command small UAS, or small unmanned aerial systems, aviation systems, a drone. I ran this SOCOM drone schoolhouse from 2017 till I retired last year. So I partnered up with Kenny here. We're hoping to bring Franklin County and other counties in the Northwest Florida region a little further technology advanced than what you're probably used to. Looking at capability sets and shortfalls that your emergency management operations center or your other departments within your county could utilize these systems. So we'll just jump into the briefing real quick. We've kind of made this really simple. There's 3 different lines of effort. The first one is the advanced air mobility that we'll talk about real quick. That's the AAM, so a quick situation right there. I know you guys have been staring at stuff all day long. You probably don't feel like reading, but it's there if you want to read it. The action items that we want to take within Franklin County are establishing a AAM node, probably at the work camp, right outside of the Apalachicola Airport. I'm sorry, the action items for this briefing are the AAM node, the dedicated UAS range, which we talked to Bill about last week during the Airport Advisory Council meeting, and then establishing a formal countywide UAS program. So line of effort number 1 is AAM. I can't see the screen. Hopefully it's tracking.
Not
No.
yet. We're still on that. We need, I think
You're a
the
couple
next-
behind, I think.
Okay.
Are
you
doing it, or? Oh, there we go. Okay,
there you go. Yeah, it should be like number 4 right now. Yeah, so what is AAM? The future's here. I know growing up we talked about, by the time you start driving, young man, it'll be flying cars. Well, they're getting here slowly but surely. A lot of these have commercial applications for moving cargo and transport right now, not necessarily people, but this is something that is happening. All of these things are happening. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, and we think Franklin County can capitalize if they get in early enough on it. So we want to help Franklin County establish a AAM node, probably at the work camp right outside of the airport. We've talked to Steve about this and the Aviation Advisory Council a lot. And they all seem to really, really enjoy the idea. And we had some things that we had to move around, but the AAM portion staying at the airport, I believe, makes a lot of sense. Why it matters to Franklin County, it opens up a lot of eligibility for funding to bring potential vendors to the community and allow for manufacturers and potential users of these systems to make their home base in Franklin County, which could have huge economic impacts down the road. A lot of these things are vertical takeoff and landings, so they don't need a runway. They don't need a lot of the support infrastructure that you would find with traditional aircraft. They are battery powered, so they don't need gas stations typically. There are exceptions. And then on the next slide, number 5 there, this is kind of a outline of what we were looking at. It creates space for a classroom. For one, it's repurposing a dead area, essentially. And it allows classroom and workspace. It also allows for commercial space for manufacturers to move in. And again, bringing jobs and economic development to Franklin County. Our ask for all of these are literally just a letter of support, right? For this entire brief, we're just looking for support and intent. For this one particularly, it would be a letter of support from you guys and ladies to for us as Telemetry Flight Services and GCAC to reach out to these vendors and manufacturers and see who would be interested in moving to Paradise to build their next generation flying machines. So that wraps up line of effort number 1. Kenny, do you got anything to add?
So with all of this, and it does, there's a lot of moving pieces, and you're talking, is the technology ready for this? Well, we had some pretty in-depth discussions with airport managers, with the airport advisory board. Like I mentioned, I actually used to live in the area, and I was on your airport advisory board for a short time and was able to get into the community and speak to some folks on, what do they want to see, what type of growth that Franklin may be able to have, and this does fit in line with quite a bit of that. Now, we did have some questions and some current concerns from your Aviation Advisory Council and from the airport manager of where is everything going to go, how is this going to roll out, and we tried to answer those questions as best we could, and we still are. We want to field anything that you may have for us. We spoke about the smaller drones being probably a better location would be up 65, up just on the north side of the sheriff's station. That might not be an idea. It's actually a pretty good idea.
Jody, if you want
That's
to
a
take slide
range
number
stuff.
6 and talk about the UAS range, you can just handle that one.
Yes, if we can go to slide 6, if you don't mind, where it shows the, just that property just north of the sheriff's office. Now, I've driven past there several times because usually I like to go through the woods when I'm heading in and out of town. But I know that this is a field that some folks have gone to fly their drones or their fixed-wing aircraft. This location actually works out really well. What Robbie and I have been up to the last few years is not just program management, but also range management, where companies, agencies, government contractors they're looking to fly, they're looking to build time, they're looking to critique their flying craft, whatever craft that may be. First responders, your sheriff does have a drone. In fact, one of the sheriff deputies that is flying the drone, I believe he's still there. He was a student in my class over at Franklin High. So we were able to see a direct connection from the high school to a position right there locally. And we'd like to see more of that, quite a bit more. So that's why we're really kind of driving this direction for the smaller UAS range, because we can bring a lot of people in. That's the goal. So we have a lot of, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So in addition, or an overview of the range, you would have the ability for your emergency management operations team, your PIO team, anybody that's utilizing small UAS systems in a county or municipal capacity could go out there and train and maintain proficiency on a regular basis. Ideally, it would also work for another commercial space to bring in a small UAS manufacturer or commercial company, a vendor. Again, more jobs in the area. And then if you partnered that with Gulf Coast State College, Florida State University, all of those guys are always looking for somewhere new to fly. So that would also allow them another opportunity to fly somewhere different where they're not doing touch and goes around the flagpole at the same field that they've been flying at for 3 years, right? This gives them a different perspective and allows them to grow their skill set that's diminishing if you don't use it on a regular basis.
Then in addition to this, we do see that there are some rules that are going to be changing at the FAA in regards to agencies and how they operate with drones. That everything's going to have to be logged, everything's going to have to be managed a little bit better than what drones have been. And it's nothing for your county specifically, but all counties, all drone operators and agencies across the country, they are going to essentially need a management apparatus to keep everything in line. The FAA is going to want to make sure everything is being documented. And so we wanted to prepare the county for something like this. Your property appraisers, any kind of inspection. In fact, earlier today, y'all had a discussion about American Tower. Well, I know specifically that American Tower has a drone operation where they send drone pilots all over the country to go inspect their towers. We have a lot of drones and first responders that are being used as radio relays that can help with some of your radio tower communications, and the communications that you're having within the county can be augmented by these drones. So we see a lot of potential help that these aircraft and this equipment can bring to the county.
Absolutely. And if you'll head down to slide number 8, I think it is, it should be line of effort number 3. That small UAS range and these capability sets, they don't exist unless your county has an established small UAS program. What we're proposing is a letter of intent from Franklin County Board of County Commissioners is to train and spin up your emergency management office, your sheriff's office, anybody that would touch a drone in any official capacity to actually go through standardized training,
to understand the capabilities of the systems, to understand the capabilities that are required to meet mission effectiveness for emergency type scenarios and even routine scenarios. If you wanted to do, bridge inspections or road inspections or overviews or developmental planning, there's a lot of things that you could do in-house with these systems. The problem is you first need to know how to establish and manage that program. And luckily we've got an app for that eventually. But yeah, so those are essentially our three separate lines of effort. I think they're all symbiotic. You have to have a program. You have to, in order to stand up a range. If you're going to have a range, then why not grab some extra monies with the advanced air mobility node? But I know that was really quick and probably quicker than anybody was planning on it being, but I figure more often than not, there's a lot of questions. So please fire away. I like to play a game called Stump Sergeant Lewis. I'm batting pretty good at it. So by all means, fire away with any questions that you might have or concerns you might have.
Commissioners, do you have any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to make a note. It looks like, I don't know what slide this is because they're not numbered, but you've got the picture of the field.
Yes, ma'am.
That's not our future EOC location. I don't know if that's what you meant.
That was the intent, but in all reality, the actual physical location is pretty agnostic. As long as there are some structures there, there's utility, power, water. It's in Class G airspace and it's county-owned land.
Yeah, and also I'm sorry, go ahead. That's not county, that's school board property. I don't know if you guys are aware. Yeah, and that's fine if it is. The first initial discussion that we had with the Airport Advisory Board was they were not too keen on the idea of smaller drones or training functions happening there at the airport. So that's quite all right. So we can go pretty much anywhere else in the county for that operation, for the training operation. That can go anywhere in the county that is county-owned land. And if the school board would like to play ball with this, which I believe they do, I spend quite a bit of time communicating with them on a regular basis, so they may be up for some of this. But yeah, it can be anywhere in the county.
We do have some county-owned land in Appalachia and in Carabel as well. It might need to be cleared, but there are parcels. Again, that is school board property, and I think it's actually included in the discussions they're actually having with Team Franklin about workforce housing going on that site. So if that actually can happen, that actually would eliminate this site potentiality. Yeah. So, Commissioner, were you done? I'm sorry.
Yes,
Okay.
I was going to bring that up, what you just brought about Team Franklin. Thank you.
So what is the actual ask today? I mean, we see stuff here with dollar figures on it, or are you asking the county to contribute? Or are you asking the county to?
Not for today, no, sir. No,
Okay.
today is a pretty simple one. We are looking for letters of support,
So
so that when Robbie and I, when we start making these phone calls and these emails about, hey, there's a possible range, or there's a possible airport, or there's a county that's looking to bring in AAM or these manufacturers, we're actually speaking from a position of support.
Okay, so are you asking to basically help the county out in economic development? So you're actually speaking to these people on our behalf? I mean, who are we
That
writing
would
a
be
letter
the
to?
idea. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yeah,
who
we
are
would
we
be
writing a
speaking to
letter
these
to?
people and letting them know that, hey, we are working with Franklin County. Franklin County has shown support for this initiative of bringing in these types of companies, advanced air mobility, unmanned aviation, manufacturers, trainers, that kind of thing. And agencies as well, because there's going to be a lot of agencies in the panhandle of Florida, and really southern Alabama and everywhere, who are looking for facilities to fly at. So you'd actually be able to cast a pretty wide net of who could use your range
in addition to the AAM. Space Florida is currently, they're handing out funds and grants to airports and counties who are showing interest in this vertiport or the AAM side of things.
And we wouldn't necessarily be speaking on behalf of the Economic Development Council. What we don't want to happen is to reach out to these manufacturers and these commercial companies and go, hey, we're working in concert with, not under the authority of, Franklin County to try to gauge interest in small UAS manufacturing in this area. Would you be interested? What we don't want to happen is for somebody to pick up the phone and go, hey, Chairman Jones, do you know this guy? And we're trying to build good-natured, goodwill support that is backed by some letter of support from you guys.
Okay.
Now, we would, of course, work directly with the airport manager, we work with the airport advisory board, we work with Team Franklin, of course, in order to make sure this happens, and we're going to keep everybody up to date, and the visibility will be clear on all that we do.
Yeah, and so that's for the small UAS range development and the AAM node piece. For the program manager portion, I would like to ask for a letter of intent for us to come train your municipalities and your counties that are utilizing these systems already to make sure that they're using them effectively. And we can talk about pricing and all that later. Right now, we're just trying to gauge interest. Is this something that you all would be worth considering?
And if there's anybody, I don't know if you have anybody there in the audience that is from the Aviation Advisory Board that might be able to speak to this, or maybe you have the airport manager available. We've spoken to as many people as we could find before bringing this to you. So we wanted to cross all the T's and dot all the I's as best we could.
Okay. Well, I'm going to pass this off to some of my fellow commissioners. I don't want to just be seeming negative, because that's not what I'm trying to do. I do know that I think the county is fine with any conversation about expansion or using the airport. That we've been heading this direction for a couple of years now, of doing things at the airport that might help provide for the economy of Franklin County in its future. And I appreciate what you're trying to get put together. I guess I'm just not knowing where it would go from there. But again, I'll pass this off to fellow commissioners, because I don't want to just be seeming negative. I guess I'm trying to read too deep into it, and maybe that's not what you guys are actually doing today.
Well, we had one briefing that was very deep into it. And we've kind of simplified it and changed our modality of communication a little bit to make it a little more simple and a little more topical. But if you've got questions, by all means, I'm here to answer them.
All right, commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, is Steve online? Is he?
waiting, but he had.
Okay, all right. I just didn't know if he had anything he wanted to add.
They presented this to the airport AOED board. What was their recommendation, Mike?
What the AOD was looking for is a way to, and based on what the gentleman asked for, is a way to have a letter saying that they did in fact make presentations to both, and that the county is show some interest in what they're trying to do.
I don't know what in the world they're talking about. To be honest with you.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
So basically, in a nutshell, you guys are doing drones. You're
Yes, ma'am.
asking a letter of support from our board to, I don't want to say negotiate, but to not on
No.
behalf of us, just saying, hey, reaching out to potential vendors of these drones, of these programs, to say, we do have the okay, or we have been given a presentation, and the Franklin County Board of County Commissioners are okay with us talking to you about you potentially coming and using their property?
Yes,
Correct.
ma'am.
Yes.
Kind of like, are you
Yes.
interested, or?
Yeah, are you wanting to do this, or are you not?
Kind of like,
It's going to depend on the details, though.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm
that's-
saying.
Yeah,
And is it a drone with the 4 blinking lights on it, or is it a drone like they sent the bombs into the Ukraine with? You know?
Well, that's a good
what I'm
question.
saying.
So,
When you come out here, we don't know anything you're talking about, and you just put on the agenda and then bring this, thing. I don't know what you're talking about. I can tell you, I don't want no drones around my house.
sure, absolutely. And that, honestly, that is exactly the point and purpose of what we're trying to do. As I mentioned,
See?
I lived in Franklin County. I lived in Apalachicola, in the city limits. Good neighbors of mine, Clem and Clara York, that's where I lived.
In other words,
So-
what I'm saying is we need to be a little bit more informed than what this is. You
yes,
see
so
what I'm
this is a
saying?
good introductory, but you guys are looking for more details before.
Especially when you got
it's-
county property involved.
Before you come, I mean, the letter, and Gentleman Robbie can forgive me
Yes.
here, because I was, I heard some of your presentations at AOD. I didn't pay as much attention as I did today. So the letter I was referring to is just to acknowledge, when I brought it up at the AOD, kind of acknowledge that you made presentations to both the AOED and to the Board of County Commissioners, and that you wanted that, saying that the board is interested, but you're going to go out and use that to kind of drum up business and then come back to the board and say, hey, we got somebody who's interested.
Yes.
Here's what they want to do. But I have to say now that your ask today, it looks a little bit more intense than what we thought we were asking for last week, Tuesday, or whenever the AOED met. I think it was last week, Tuesday, I believe. The weeks run together for me, I'm sorry. But yeah, so that's kind of where I'm having a little.
Well, and that's perfectly fine. So the way we broke this up is to be specific about the AAM, as that's a different group of clients. That's United Airlines. That's going to be Delta. That's who we're calling in reference to AAM. And that's going to be at the airport. That's going to be a different group of people. Now, you're also going to see there's going to be your Amazons, DHL, FedEx, UPS, all these major delivery operators. They have drones that they're delivering with. That's a bit of a different line of effort there, although that would still kind of be something that would wind up at the airport. We don't have to have everything at the airport, because I'm a man pilot, and I'm the same way. I don't want any extra drones around me if I don't have to have them. So what we're trying to do is actually take the drones that you see flying around and say, look, go to these regulated areas to fly your drones, so that you don't have these wild road drones just flying all over the place. You actually have a designated location for that.
Yeah, so let me say, so even you go, I might be the one in the room, I apologize, but I don't have a clue what's the difference between an AAM, a UAS, or anything else. So I think that's where we are.
So-
We kind of need to take this a little bit slower here with the board.
Okay, that's completely fine. We'll break it down fairly simply and fairly quickly. It's been a long day for you guys, and I didn't want to belabor this briefing and drive every single point home. So AAM is advanced air mobility. It's a larger unmanned form, or it's a larger form of unmanned aviation.
Robbie,
Yep.
I apologize. I don't mean to cut you off, but I guess what I was going to finish and say, I don't think today is the time to do that. I think we need to figure out, maybe I figure out from the board, okay, how do you guys want to approach this in more detail? Because it's, obviously they're interested, am I wrong, commissioners? But you kind of want to know more about it before we make a full commitment, You have no problem with saying, look, we like this, we want to know more. So I guess that's where I'm heading. Commissioners, please, if I'm wrong, please, let's.
I'm not totally against it, we need more information on that.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I.
And a more detailed situation but this was a great presentation as an overview.
but before we offer letters to the degree that they're asking, I think you guys would want more information. So would the public. When I say the board, I also include the public, you know?
Okay, yeah, that's completely fine. We can always build another briefing and come back and really dive into the details.
Well, I'll say a couple of things just to help clarify. So it seems like we're looking at two different proposals here. One of them is a conversation about a letter of support or something that, usually when we write a letter of support, we're saying we approve of something. We have, by motion and vote, we've approved of something. But if we give out letters of support for you to go talk to other entities about saying, hey, they're willing to at least do business or they're interested in the conversation, well, we've given a letter of support saying we approve of something that we might not approve of. Because when they come to us with details, we say, no, that's not for us. That might be for somebody else. That's not a good fit for Franklin County.
Yeah.
That's the only problem I have with the letter of support. Now, if there's
Absolutely.
another way to do it, that's fine. The other thing I see that's in the presentation is that you guys can actually do training for EOC or for other people that might want it, and here's your cost of services.
Yes.
That's a whole nother discussion.
And I already got a
Those
text.
aren't the same.
Not to cut you off, sir,
Yeah.
I apologize. I already got a text from Virginia. She said, Michael, the mosquito control would love that kind of training.
yes.
So I guess that's where we need to develop more to see the difference in the two programs and
Right.
how it benefits the county, how either one or both benefit the county.
Yes.
But that's for more additional
But it's actually
conversations.
two different conversations, I think.
Yeah.
Am I completely off base?
I agree
I'm
with
way
you.
off base.
I think you're, yeah.
I'm telling
So the idea, and this is probably my ignorance coming from a military background, is you get like one shot with a commander, so you try to make as many pitches as possible.
you're good.
And maybe that's wrong on my part.
No, you're good.
But a lot of times, like I said, these things are symbiotic.
Yes.
And it is, hey, it's a balancing act.
Yes.
So yeah, we can absolutely break these things out, from a training perspective, that would be one briefing. And
Yes.
then from a training or a range development and AAM node, that could be another briefing. And we could absolutely go for it that way. If y'all have any feedback, I would love to hear it. I'm still learning how to speak civilian. So by all means,
We are too.
let me have it.
Yeah, we are too, don't worry.
That's cool,
I'll
Robbie.
say, Mr. Chairman, if you could forward their information, I don't think
Yes.
is it on here? Their,
Yes, ma'am, it should be.
Let's see, but I can.
I see their credentials, but I don't see a phone number or anything.
It should be on
It's got, it
the,
says
nope,
prepared by,
it didn't make it.
at the bottom of it, there's a thing that says prepared by, it's in your package.
Okay. Yeah, more information, because I agree, it's almost like there's two different things, and then we see monetary values, which I always get apprehensive about when I start seeing money or talking about money, because I'm like, what are they wanting? But yeah, I mean, I'm definitely interested in this. I think it'd be great, but I just want more
Y'all
information
know
is all.
nothing about it.
Yes.
So maybe, Ken, Robbie, what we do, I send you the commissioner's contact information. You guys set up more like one-on-ones with them, and then the commissioner will tell me, okay, we want to set up a workshop or
Yeah.
discussion with
Yeah.
the one that trains first, then we want to do the one at the airport second. So we know, so you guys have adequate time to explain and to do a good Q&A with them and with the public, because the public's going to have questions too.
Absolutely. Not a problem at all.
That works?
Mr.
Yeah,
Commissioner,
that sounds better.
I mean, Mr. Chair.
And Mike,
Sir?
I'm
maybe
one of those
letters-
two. I'm one of
maybe
those two.
letters
Go ahead.
that they have from
What I
other
would-
jurisdictions,
What I would
Say again?
the letter that they're wanting of support from the county, maybe letters of support from other jurisdictions, so we can look at
So
that.
we could look at that.
Yeah.
That's fair.
But Mr. Chairman, I would just say one thing, anything, I mean, I'm, obviously, we're an open slate, we can, I'd entertain anything, really, and have a discussion. I don't want to be obligated to something until we see what something is, of course, but anything that's pertaining to the airport, I believe it would be right and only fair to run that through the AOED. That way we can get a recommendation from that board, especially with, and this is just me, I'm thinking little drones, kind of like Commissioner Sanders. I'm not worried about them spying on me, but I'm just worried about them interfering with our traffic out that way, just things like that. I mean, I would feel better with anything that's happening inside that fence that we do get a recommendation from that board that we appointed, that, that just to have that check,
And-
that box checked, so to speak.
Well, also, Mr. Chairman, the field, which I think that's what they were talking about, the drones being at the field and flying, not at the airport per se, but the field is not even technically our property, it's school board property, so.
Yeah.
And you're the one that sits on that, but I know the initial discussion me and Bill Williams had is they were looking for some type of industry to possibly put out there. And that very well may be a fit at somehow. I know at one time he was talking about like some type of distribution, and it was just an example.
Well,
But
I think
but,
that's where the
bread
bus
company?
barn's
Yeah, that's what it
gonna
was.
go too.
But I mean, instead of Marita, it might be, they might deliver bread with a drone.
Well,
I'm just saying. I mean, but that's going to be a hand-in-hand issue out there, I believe, trying to incorporate economic growth along with workforce housing and all that good stuff. But that would be my only recommendation as far as anything within the side that the airport fence itself would have. I would like to see it go before the AOED because they put they can shed light on it from a aviation standpoint that we're not qualified.
Yeah,
really.
because I certainly don't have any
Mr.
aviation
Chairman,
experience.
let me say-
So they haven't been before the AOED?
They-
They have.
We did.
This
We didn't.
This presentation?
Not this presentation?
No, it was a different, more detailed
It was an,
presentation.
this is a condensed version of what we presented to them.
Yep.
Well, let me say, I may not know anything about drones, because that's not my, thing, but my nephews, they know about drones. So maybe I need to brush up on that with them before
Yeah.
the next time.
So once they meet, commissioners, or once they're able to talk to you guys and we decide how to move forward with which plan item first, maybe I go ahead and invite the AOED members here to kind of help answer questions you guys might have as how they felt about it while Ken and Robbie are also doing their presentation. Kind of like a joint meeting, a joint workshop type of deal.
Would they be okay doing that as far as being in the audience and being under sunshine? Okay.
We're all in sunshine.
Well, they already
Okay.
talked about
All
it
right.
too,
Well, I didn't know that
apparently.
the sun was shining out there as hard as it was shining in here.
Oh, yeah, no, it shines. So let me ask
We'll
one
make
more
them sit in the
question.
jury box.
I promise this is the last one I have about this. The way I see it, with it being two separate actual proposals,
Yes.
it might actually be a better thing for any discussion about who they might solicit to make a proposal to the airport, that they do it in conjunction with the AOED, because whatever they come up with is gonna have to go to them first and then come to us.
Yes.
Good point.
You know what I'm
So
saying?
save them some time.
So it might be better, yeah, and just bring something back to us that shows this training part of the proposal, so we can consider that and see, because I know after Hurricane Michael, it probably would have been a really big deal if all of our building department and everything else would have had drones to be able to do some of those inspections with.
Yes, your
You know
building
what I mean?
official wants a drone.
So there are a lot of, same thing with the property appraiser.
Yeah.
There are a lot of things that we might could utilize, but instead of bogging them down back and forth between the commission and AOED, let's not treat them like they're civilians. Let's let them talk with the airport people about the airport. Then if anything comes up, then that can be directed through them to us. I think it'd be cleaner, but that's just.
Yeah,
Okay.
another thing with that point, could probably help each other out. I mean, the airport board is there for economic development as well.
Yes.
And y'all may complement one another, I guess is the correct term, and find something, that.
Yeah, so whenever we spoke with the AOED, I think I said that right, yeah.
Yeah.
And the AOED, they kind of picked apart our plan a little bit, and that's where we came up with the idea of splitting the AAM node and putting it at the work camp, because that's more airport centric. And then the small UAS range, that would be more in line with like your emergency management operations or wherever. And that's again on that nebulous, agnostic,
piece of county-owned land, not necessarily the picture depicted, right? But that line of effort kind of falls in line with the emergency management side of things. Yes, 100%. If it's going anywhere near the airport, that needs to have AOED sign off and everything, and that was their feedback on our briefing.
Yeah. What about Mary, Commissioners, Mary Swope?
Yeah, she's gonna be
I'll
right
put
into this
I'll put her in
conversation.
touch with Ken and Rob.
Well, while we're
I'm
talking-
sorry, guys. She's our economic development consultant. So I'll make sure you guys,
Perfect.
she gets in touch with you
Yeah.
guys, okay?
Absolutely.
Anything to do with small drones, I'd recommend over there off 67 somewhere.
Really?
All the way to the
Oh,
top.
Jeff Sutherland?
I'm just messing with Commissioner. I
I'm
apologize.
right half a mile.
I know where you're at.
Talk about your house, Commissioner.
I will say,
On a thing that I want to tell you too, I saw an article on TV this morning where Franklin County Schools is getting $290,000 from some kind of state
got the
thing.
email.
And also Hamilton County is getting $44,000 for some of the training and stuff. That's a good number, 290,000.
Yeah, that's that tango flight thing, isn't it?
Mr. Chairman, I will say though, if we are gonna have them come back to present, can we make it, and I appreciate you guys being patient today, if anything with wings, we need to make sure that they go last, because that's a pretty long conversation. So have them before any other presentation.
So, that way we don't
Let me
punish
get this
you.
clear. Weems is always last.
Yes.
That's an
yes.
agenda rule.
Yes,
Okay.
that's gonna be well, I mean, I'm 1 of 5, but I just.
That was a long one.
I just, these guys like this have waited all day for this, and I just, yeah.
And Mr. Chairman, gentlemen, we do appreciate your patience. Thank y'all.
And we appreciate
Yeah,
the presentation.
I would like to do this in person, actually shake your hands. I'm honestly still that, Southern hillbilly raised right here in Milton, Florida, where I like to shake hands and, talk to you in person. But, a 3-hour drive, we've done it before. If y'all want to have us down there in person, just let us know ahead of time.
We will do it again. I'm actually going to be there on Saturday. I know that has nothing to do with the meetings, but I'll be in town.
Sounds good. So, yeah, let's do that, and I think we're definitely open to the conversation, but just maybe, and just be patient with us. So we haven't really, well, they've attempted in the past, I think, but we haven't really had the building blocks in place that maybe some other counties that you might deal with have, as far as economic development and different things. But just be patient with us, because we are very interested in doing stuff with our airport, and it seems to be right up your alley, so maybe we can thread the needle here, but just be patient with us.
Of course, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Yes, thank you all. Appreciate it.
All right, any commissioner comments?
Do we need one?
Just real quick, I do have a meeting with CHP. Michael and Aaron and I will be meeting with them October,
Was it Friday, 24th?
yeah, the 24th.
Yeah.
Anyway, just wanted y'all to know.
With who?
CHP,
Yes.
You finally got a meeting with them?
finally. That's it.
You must have got all the new hires.
Yep. Anyone else?
I would just say that since Kendrick Park's gonna have their pickleball opened up on Friday, come out and enjoy it.
Here comes ESPN.
You gonna play me first?
I can
I ain't
see,
gonna-
I can see Otis out there with little headbands, little wristbands,
Them old high socks.
little short shorts.
We have been here too long today. Anyone else for commissioner comments? I will say this, commissioners, hopefully, at your next meeting, I will be able to update you on some of the conversations that you guys have allowed me to engage in as your chairman with healthcare entities. And hopefully I'll be able to update you guys at the next meeting. I don't have anything concrete today, but there's still discussions going on. And maybe I'll be able to present something very shortly.
And we're still having the homecoming parade, the 10th
Yes.
in East Point.
Yep, for a team that's 5-1.
5-1.
Better than my Gators,
Oh, here we go. All
our
right.
Gators.
All right, we'll be here for another hour, guys.
All right, any other commissioner comments? Meeting adjourned.